Hello, everyone, and welcome to Smashbox TV's podcast 425. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy here, and Johnny, I made it all the way back to Wisconsin, and I still didn't want to come sit next to you. Sounds like a good night for me.
We were talking about smell-o-vision a little bit ago in our little pre-show warm-up, and I don't think I showered this morning. I haven't, I think I'm doing okay. I got a little I got a little dusty and dirty. I was doing a little bit of housework. I cut open a wall to trace some wiring, but other than that, I'm clean, Tara. I swear.
I'm still not buying it. But tonight, what we're going to be buying is some sweet action. We're going to get a ton of details over a couple of really exciting things. In just a few moments, we're going to have a couple guys from GKPro. They're going to join us, talk to us a little bit about not only the year as we're wrapping up from their perspective, but also the big deal that's going on this weekend. Of course, we're talking about the enormous skins match. And obviously, a lot of people are saying the year is done. The Disc Golf Pro Tour is done. All our majors are done, and that's all true. However, there are still a ton of players that are going to be heading over to the Eagles Crossing course and looking forward to everything that's going to be taking place. So we wanted to get the scoop to make sure that everybody's up to speed to know what's going on. And then after we're done talking with those gentlemen, sometime after that, we're going to have Sean Jack join us. And Sean Jack, as you've seen throughout the years, has been crucial at the San Francisco Open when we had it, then also, of course, the OTB Open, and then he works with the Disc Golf Pro Tour in terms of sponsorships and partnerships of that nature. So you guys finally have a chance, if you want to scream about who's making me say yeet, we found our guy. We found the guy that we can actually pinpoint that to.
If you're upset at the number of commercials that the Disc Golf Network shows, Sean Jack's your man.
He is your man. So get all fired up and get ready. No, but in all seriousness, we want to talk same thing, kind of recap what we've seen in 2022. And maybe we have a little snapshot as to what we're going to see in 2023 from his perspective. Of course, there's already scheduling. There's a lot of things that are going on, but at least we can get a little insight and perspective from Sean over at the Disc Golf Pro Tour. So, and then of course, after all that silliness, we'll probably have an after show and we'll see where things go from there. But I think without further ado, we've got Isaac and Luke from GKPro, and I believe they're hanging out ready to go to talk to us about what's going on. And welcome, gentlemen. How we doing?
They've got a nicer background than us.
We're doing good.
Yeah. Hey, I was just in the RV. I was just in that RV not too long ago, and it is an incredible setup. We got to do post-production. Obviously, they've been doing it out of there forever, but I got my little taste of post-production for the Throw Pink event, Christine Jennings and I, and it's quite a place to be getting your work done. So appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Guys. We appreciate working with you, Terry. You're fantastic, and you're really talented in the commentary booth. So.
Oh, stop. Flattery will get you everywhere.
You can already look at how big his head is on this screen. We do not, if any bigger, and I'm going to have to change the framing.
Yeah, this is no Zoom. First of all, for anyone that's silly enough to possibly not know who you guys are and what you do, introduce yourselves, give everyone a quick rundown. Isaac, you want to go first?
Yeah. Okay, I'll go first. So I am the business director at GKPro, and I started working full-time with GKPro at the beginning of last season. I helped kind of semi-found the company years ago when we got started, but it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I started working full-time and putting sort of more of my kind of emphasis on driving more of the business growth of GKPro and that sort of thing. So. And then obviously everyone knows Luke Humphreys, one of the greatest skins hosts of all time.
Of course, Luke. Yeah. It's been a minute, but I remember when we did have a conversation here on the show, we were talking about a big title you had taken down. That was one of the times, and also talking all about your geology and rock hunting and everything else. And now clearly you've continued to do 100 other things since then. So yeah. First of all, thank you guys for joining. Luke, go ahead and, in case someone doesn't know, give everyone your introduction.
Yeah, I've worked with GKPro now this is my second season of doing the hosting over at OTB Tour Series Skins. It's been an awesome gig. These guys work incredibly hard, so fun to be a part of the team with that. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. GKPro on the YouTube. Type in skins, find some fun content. We like the fact that it takes the players and puts them in a more casual format, so that people can really get to know them, and they're not in that intense, type of feeling like they are in tournaments.
And let's start there just for a second. I want to get into this weekend and details and such, but what would you guys, for both of you, what would you say is one of the most memorable moments from this year's skins match? Whether it's a throw, an interaction, whatever the case might be, what jumps out for each of you as like a really memorable, moment from this year?
Mine's easy. Gavin Babcock, $10,000 ace at Blue Lake Park, hole 4 or 5 or whichever one it is, 4, I believe. That was a super special moment. It felt like no one was going to ever hit an ace on Tour Series skins again. It had been over a year since Kevin's slip ace was the one prior to it. So to see that one go in, it just kind of reignited the fire a bit.
It did. Yeah. Probably Gannon's ace. Like, that moment was pretty intense, and like the energy on that tee pad once he threw that in was really magical. And then the second moment for me is probably when I lose my shoe every time on the show, and like Kale picks it up and throws it, back at me.
Champions Cup. After that big putt.
Yeah. It's at least every other skins match with my shoe. We only put it in the edit once a season.
Highlights, though. Yeah. It's only because of highlights.
So this weekend, and I kind of prefaced it as we were just opening up, everybody's talked about the season is over, but for so many people, it's not. And I'll be the first to admit, I don't know every detail. Often I ask questions I even know the answers to. This time, I don't know all the answers. And I'm really intrigued to hear more about how this came about. And then, well, we'll go from there. But let's start there with the course and the weekend. Talk to us how kind of this all, started developing for this course and this weekend. And actually tell everybody what it is. I mean, it's called Big Money Skins, but why are we here?
It's a finale. We've hosted a skins match a week roughly on tour now for 2 straight years, and this year we decided that there needed to be like a culminating event to finish off the season. So everybody who played in one of those individual weekly matches that won got automatically qualified. We wanted more players, so we added the Elite Series winners and major winners. And so we've got this really awesome field of qualified players. And we also have a play-in event happening Friday before to get a few more players in to make a total of 48, so that we can eventually narrow that field down to 4 and play, for a lot of cash, what people want to see.
Okay.
I was going to say, last year we had our first event at Eagles Crossing, and that was kind of impromptu. We kind of organized it with the founder of Eagles Crossing maybe like 3 weeks before it happened. And we went there, and it was probably our most popular video of last year was the skins match at Eagles Crossing. And so in the off season, the founder of Eagles Crossing, Philip Samuels, reached out to us and said that he wanted to have a little bit more kind of purpose with GKPro, and so that kind of meant sort of advertising for Eagles Crossing, but also kind of letting Eagles Crossing kind of join the brand of OTB skins. And so, and it's honestly us joining the brand of Eagles Crossing. If you're looking at as far as like what they're bringing to the table, Eagles Crossing is probably the most manicured disc golf course in the world at this point. So we were really excited that he wanted to do that. And so this year has been sort of an experiment, trying to figure out what's the best way to take skins and scale it into more of like a tournament type thing. And so without its hit, there's been a few hiccups along the way, but we feel like the Big Money Skins is going to be a great opportunity for some players to really showcase like aggressive play that that we normally aren't going to see out there.
Yeah, and so I'm just about to, I'll put it in the chat here in a moment. The website, for anyone that doesn't know, is bigmoneyskins.com. And right there, front and center, Hawk Point, Missouri, but right there, front and center, 50,000 guaranteed to the winner and 100,000 cash and prizes. Now, we just came off of, the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. Of course, USDGC and Throw Pink before that, but then the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, largest payouts we've ever seen, that helped Kristen Tatar, that helped Ricky Wysocki get to the largest, annual earnings ever in PDGA history. Was there this notion of this needs to be I'm going to call it an insane amount of money needs to be going to the winner? Was that part of the driving force, or did it just kind of happen that way, that, oh, hey, we're going to be able to give away a ton of money?
That's a good question. We when we originally announced this in Las Vegas, it was actually going to be like $50,000 total.
Okay.
And kind of through like a series of just random events, things we were thinking we were going to be able to scale some relationships, but we didn't. But then, the founder of Eagles Crossing, once we started talking about doubling the pot, even without bringing in the sponsors that we thought we were going to have to do that, he just said, you know what, it's a great idea. I think that the players deserve an opportunity to play for this kind of money, and he honestly didn't mind just go ahead and just being like, let's just double it right out of his budget. So we were going to have a set of sponsors. We were going to have like quite a bit of advertising kind of to help even fund that 50,000. But then as we started kind of developing our relationship, Philip over at Eagles Crossing, he doesn't like advertising, and like it's not like he doesn't like the whole mode of people being able to make money, promoting their business. But on his course and on his properties, he really wants the audience to be able to enjoy the beauty of what's happening. And so he was just like, let's just wipe out pretty much all the maybe there's a few ads just for necessary commercial breaks, but everything else is just about Eagles Crossing and the players. So it doubled to 100,000. That's
yeah, which is of course incredible and insane. Now, even before we get into more of those details, even before that, talk about the development of Eagles Crossing. As you said, arguably your most popular skins match last year. Just talk a little bit about the development of the course and how it's come about.
Well, he had, I think it's 400 acres of property there. And
I think they might have
got into
this. Oh, there they go. You're good now.
Okay, our bad. During the COVID break, Philip Samuels got into watching disc golf, and then eventually decided that his property was going to be a course, and so he got Dave McCormick from St. Louis. Are we clear?
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah,
okay.
We're good.
Yeah, grabbed Dave McCormick from St. Louis and did something that no one else has done yet. I think this is the kicker. He thought about spectators in the woods. He made wooded golf holes that are spectator friendly, which is not something in disc golf that's been thought about beforehand. We've got these awesome courses. We just got done playing one of them, and it's really hard to get spectators into Nevin. It was almost impossible. You can't get 400 people in there. But, on one of these holes, it's called Trainwreck. He's got an old train rail that is viewable from about 20 feet up. A disc isn't going to go up there, and you can have hundreds of spectators watching these golfers play world-class golf.
And then he's got spectator stages, for lack of a better word, built into like the back nine of the property, where they're elevated above some of the fairways on these stone platforms that are maybe the size of like a 4-car garage, but he's got several of them set up throughout the course with pathways to them. And so people that come and spectate, they can see a lot of the action without actually having to move around that much. Plus, they actually have really good viewing experience, knowing like almost anywhere they go, they're going to be able to see the action. anywhere on the course.
There was
Yeah,
there was no. Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think that was one of the complaints about Nevin is that, like you were saying this past weekend, for being the Pro Tour finale, it wasn't extremely spectator friendly. They could only have so many VIPs come into the woods, and 1 was fine, 17 was okay, 18 was great, but 18 wasn't like anything else to the rest of the course. This course, on the other hand, you're saying has, it's quote unquote custom. It's meant for spectators.
Yeah. He built it with the idea of spectators and television broadcast in mind. He describes the different holes as movie sets. He has little different nicknames for them.
Yeah, they each have different names in his mind. It's pretty cool what he's done. They're very unique to this point, and he's got a vision that not all of us can see, but it's obviously something that is fresh to disc golf, which I think is great, and it's groundbreaking.
And I think I've heard people kind of wonder about the statues. How does that kind of come off in person? And it's all class. I can assure you. It's great. Like when you're there, they're not distracting to the course, but they're there in a way that it's more than just your 18 holes of championship golf. You've got fishing. You've got basically a nature walk because he has so many safari style animals that are life size, built out of, they're like metal statues. And then I think he has archery, but he's got all kinds of activities. Like if your kids play disc golf or they don't play disc golf, you can still take them to Eagles Crossing because there's some things they can do. So he's kind of built it with everything in mind: the TV, the spectator experience, and also like things for the whole family. So it's really the course of the future.
So how does a gentleman, and that of course all sounds amazing, which leads me to my next question, is how does a guy who doesn't play disc golf, especially at on a regular, even or an intense capacity, good or bad doesn't matter, but just even in terms of being fully hooked on it, how does a guy think about all of those things and or accommodate and account for all of those things when he's relatively fresh to the sport itself?
Yeah, he's got a good team around him. I think that's first and foremost what he's got going for him. He's got Dave telling him about the intricacies. He built himself a pretty good knowledge base of what a good disc golf course was. Watched them all on YouTube, figured out what people liked, what they didn't, and took a little bit of everything into it. Plus, he's working with a property that's A tier, so good. I mean, this piece of ground probably did half the work for him. Honestly, it's a beautiful piece.
Well, he actually spent quite a bit of time digging up all the fairways,
changing the property.
So it was all rocky. It's Missouri, and so there's if you've ever been to Missouri and you walk around the hillier parts, like you can kind of tell it's dirt, but there's also like a lot of rock in there. So he actually had to shave off the top of all the fairways with heavy equipment, and then come back through and put soil down, and then he had to seed, and this was like a multi-month project. Obviously the cost was, enormous to redo like that sort of build on a course. And then he took out trees, he took out roots, and every tree that's there is because he wanted it to be there. It's not because it was just left, It's pretty wild, honestly. It's pretty wild.
And I guess
Go ahead, Terry.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, with all of that landscaping and development and the the course design and all those intricacies, I've heard rumors that we're definitely in 7 digits in maybe $6 to $10 million of effort when it's been all said and done. Can anybody confirm or deny? Does that sound reasonable? Is that a rumor I heard?
Those are the numbers I've heard, Terry. Yeah.
That would definitely be a fair estimate. Philip doesn't, speak specifically on those things, but you can if you've been around masonry or you've been around landscaping and you see how high level he's doing it, you can just put the estimates on it. It's multiple millions of dollars out there. And then the property itself is beautiful. And the cool thing is the clubhouse is fantastic. There's rumors he's building a 17, 18 bedroom lodge. It's going to be the course of the future.
So when people say, of course, I feel like I could go off track 28 different ways, but when people say, why isn't there a Pro Tour event? When is Worlds going to be here? Just, you guys have obviously been around now. What's the answer to that question? Is it a matter of time, or is it a matter of interest, or
It's definitely just a matter of time, I would think, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. I think things like Eagles Crossing haven't happened in our sport before, and we typically have a pretty slow process of getting that course or that city up to Worlds or high national tour capabilities.
Yeah.
And this is already there, and we haven't really seen it. It's unprecedented. So I think we just need to bump it up. I mean, it's ready. He's got the whole thing mesh networked with
there's
Wi-Fi
a vision
now.
There's a vision. He has a vision to do Worlds there. It's there's a bidding process. The public probably knows that. So I would say that there's a plan on at Eagles Crossing and the team there to have a Worlds bid put together whenever that next available is. It's building in the right direction to definitely host a major. He's put Wi-Fi networks out there, so even if your cell phone company doesn't work, you can go on the public Wi-Fi and guarantee that your smartphone works, that kind of thing. He's developing parking outside of the property because there's the property is so big that you actually drive down a 2-mile road before you get back into the disc golf course. So there's this big almost like pergola type drive-through that says Eagles Crossing, and you drive down 2 miles and then you turn left and you just pop out into the course or where the clubhouse is, and I think like the K Cole.
You see that green that goes up like that right away.
Tiered,
first thing after the tone is set with this drive-in. I'm telling you, once you go through the gate and you just cruise straight on the start road for a little while, you really start to get the feels.
So, but that kind of leads us, that kind of leads into the other challenges. It still needs, it needs to have some bigger events there, obviously, before Worlds, and skins can be a big part of that. So,
yeah, and I guess immediate.
Go ahead, Ter.
We'll get to all the tech in a sec, Johnny.
Oh, fine.
No, but a lot of people have said, we're missing the boat because there's not. There's not a Disc Golf Pro Tour event there next year. And obviously, like you just said, Worlds and other majors need to, have a bidding process. The Pro Tour, in a sense, has a bidding / vetting process as well, for the most part. And so it's not happening for 2023, but it seems like it would be inevitable for a 2024.
There is a relationship there. Eagles Crossing and the Pro Tour, they have a pretty friendly relationship.
Okay.
And they've surveyed the course, they've looked at it, and I think that it's just a matter of time before we see some sort of event out there that is sanctioned. And obviously, like, skins isn't sanctioned. This is just for fun, right? Like the guys are coming out and they're having Raz rounds, but I think when they get there and they start playing for the 50,000, I think it might feel a little bit more like that traditional Sunday championship.
That's what I was going to ask, actually, at some point was, your skins matches have kind of a tendency of being a little more lighthearted, friendly, trash talking, and not that there's not real money on the line, but the way our disc golfers now are is a lot of them, that's not nearly what it used to be 10 years ago, the money. But $50,000 is $50,000. Do you think it's going to be more serious? Do you think in that final round we're going to see, we'll just throw a name out there, Kelvin, talking smack to Kevin Jones or whatever the deal is? What do you feel like the vibe is going to be?
We've been thinking about this, actually.
I think those two might hold their character. I think you mentioned the two that might be still talking smack on the 18th, with 50 on the line.
We might put out a poll on our social media and ask the audience if we want it, like if we should keep the final round on the up and up and just say no razzing or something.
I'm going to advocate for it. It's my job at the end of the day. I'm going to do everything I can to keep these guys lighthearted.
But like, if someone's putting for like $25,000 and then someone like makes a fart noise or something, it's just.
I mean, I don't think you can do it in a stroke, but you can always say, don't miss this putt as he's walking up to it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it will be really interesting to see that. And then before we get into a few of the details, obviously a common question out there, and where this is all maybe heading is there must be room? Is there desire and the capability, obviously, then of developing another or even a third course? Is that a conversation, or is that in the distance?
Distance at this point. It's been talked about
At Eagles Crossing.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they definitely have the room.
yeah.
So
he's also got the resources to look at properties close to that as well.
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
All right. So let's before we get even still to the more tech, but let's break down so how are the people you talked about a play in and those opportunities, like essentially, and maybe it's all on the website, but like who's essentially guaranteed to play and when? Is this kind of similar to the Pro Tour in that like certain people have buys to a certain degree? Is that kind of the philosophy to some degree?
Yeah, if you won a skins match this year or an elite series or a major event, then you are qualified to begin play Saturday at 8 a.m., I believe.
With priority seating.
There's going to be seating, obviously. But then that Friday event, you can change your seating by playing in it and doing well. You can't hurt your seating, and you can also make some cash. It's going to be like an A-tier event with $2,500 to the winner, I believe.
Yeah.
And then payment all the way down. So a good chance to play a competitive round on the course, possibly increase your seed, and then get some cash and some confidence going forward.
Okay. And then, and I'm looking here, it says Saturday, top 16 will be starting at 2 p.m. Sunday, final 4 will be at 1 p.m. Gates open at 11 a.m. This is all Central Time. This is all St. Louis. Just to throw that out there as well, because I know we've been kind of bouncing around between time zones lately. And then half hour to 45 minutes from St. Louis. What are we looking at? I've heard a lot of different answers. That's why I'm asking.
It's like just over an hour.
I've never driven it from St. Louis.
I don't think I have.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it 45 minutes from Columbia?
Yeah.
It's 45 minutes from Columbia. We know that.
Okay, and 7 hours from Milwaukee. All right, we'll get it all figured out. Either way, but St. Louis area is a reasonable comment to make. Plan on at least an hour. How about that?
Exactly.
And then
pretty much.
I see out on the website an event map. It talks about food tents, craft beer, drinks, vendors, pro shops, toss games. Obviously, the entire
that's probably might be the best part of that event is all that stuff.
So break it
They'll
down.
do that right for sure.
Yeah,
that's bringing in local food carts and such.
Yes, he's constantly bringing in the best stuff. We've had trout sandwiches at every event that we've had out there thus far, and I'm telling you, man, they are off the chain.
He's going to curate such a different experience to what most people are used to when they buy that ticket. They're going to show up and it's just going to be, everything is thought out. Everything, there's a reason for it. And he's put in enough thought, and he's put in a lot of effort into making it as good as it can be for the people that are showing up.
Okay, and then I'm just going to read, this isn't going to translate well, but I'm going to read right off the site. It says the 2022 Big Money Skins Championship are $150 for all 3 days, or $75 just for Sunday. Your ticket includes an entry fee, free parking, free general play after the tournament each day, and a free glow disc golf play on Saturday. Tickets are transferable, so on and so forth.
Glow round.
So so it's got all of that stuff listed, and you can go out and buy it on the website. It also has all the information out there as well. So just throwing that out there. Very nice.
And the glow round will be absolutely next level.
I can only assume there's some pretty cool, not accommodations, but things to make glow. I mean, glow can be so cool, whether it's played with a ton of lights or no lights or everything in between. Playing at night or playing glow can be pretty cool.
Yeah, this one's gonna have lit fairways and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I sent us a picture the other day that I forwarded on to Simon and Eagle, who both signed up late after seeing the picture. If you guys noticed that as well.
Yeah. So what first of all, what do you expect? What do you kind of expect for on-site, in person, or maybe there's already been ticket sales, but what are you expecting a ton of people to come on site? I mean, it is kind of centrally located, throughout the country, or are the fans burned out a little?
I think
It's a good question.
I think a little bit of both. I think
Okay.
it's been a long season for players and fans, but I think this is the chance that they're going to have to get live disc golf for like the next 2-3 months, and it's everybody there. I think except for Paul Macbeth, you have like top 15 guys coming, so it's everything you want to see. Pretty central, like you said, and we're breaking a record. We're giving 50 to somebody, and as far as who that's going to, it's anybody's guess. That's the beauty of the format. It could be one of these top dogs, but it could just as easily be somebody qualifying on Friday, fighting their way to Sunday, shocking the world and changing their life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw what happened with Scott earlier this year with our first skins match that we had this season there. Well, that was actually our second skins match there. But I don't think many people expected Scott to win that. Going into that, I'm sure everyone had kind of written off Scott. And that kind of shows you the magic of what can happen with skins.
Yeah, all these guys have the capability of throwing a decent distance, and all it takes is one magic shot. We've all played skins. We've all had the throw-ins from the fairway or from the tee pad, depending if you're getting an ace or not. I mean, that's what skins is. Honestly, it's the ability to be aggressive and not really have too much of a fallback.
Repercussion.
Yeah, there's no repercussions to it.
Yeah.
There's no score, so to speak.
As a spectator, I couldn't imagine how much fun that's going to be, getting to see the most aggressive play from these guys both days.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Okay, so that's the format. Those are the players, and they're playing for obviously this big money throughout the entire weekend. You can win it early, and then you can go ahead and win a bunch of money throughout the weekend. GKPro has, of course, done largely the OTB skins series, and has blazed the trail or has continued to push forward FPO coverage largely on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Where does live? I think that's what the next major question people would say is, how does live come about, and break down kind of the philosophy to you guys wanting this live, and what that really means. What does that all entail?
Well, at the beginning of the season, we never intended to do it live, actually. We're a post-production company. When we film the FPO, so we film FPO lead card for the Disc Golf Pro Tour, which has been fantastic these last 3 years. And if you go and look at like just the growth of those videos, like FPO is becoming a really exciting destination. And so our camera guys have been out there, and this season, and really honestly for a couple seasons now, they've been running the live operations on that FPO lead card for the Disc Golf Network. And I'm sure, obviously, both of you guys are pretty heavily involved with that broadcast. So you know us, know that we run the cameras out there pretty occasionally. Bob, our catch cam for skins is probably like your favorite catch cam to work with, I would assume, just because we know how professional he is, and we know how like serious and genuinely he wants to sell the shot. So we have a lot of experience working, at least as a camera team, working in live. And so, like I said, we didn't intend to do that live, but when we had the first skins match this season at Eagles Crossing, probably the worst part of that, and there's really no bad part actually, but the bummer for me was that there was so many spoilers, and it was destined to happen, obviously, right? Like there's a couple hundred people out there with cell phones, like it was going to get spoiled, and I knew that, but like seeing the spoilers happen in real time was kind of a bummer. So like immediately I kind of started to think about like, is there a way to do skins live? And so we basically just right around then is when we started thinking about kind of going in that direction. But it's been hard. dude, live is a challenge. Like you guys know,
Nah, come on.
it's going to be good. It's going to be awesome. But like setting up all the variables of getting a great broadcast together, we had to go, GK Pro is not a live company. So we had to go completely outside of the disc golf media industry. And we had to pick up a company that does live broadcasts regularly. So
the company, that's real quick. Let's talk about the company, because I know there's been, as there always is, there's questions about the people from outside the industry, that we're bringing in. These are people that, nobody really has any experience with. This is the people helping you with the live productions, a company called Mason Productions. Is that accurate?
Yeah. That's right. It's probably like a mid-sized production company. There's about 40 full-time staff members there, but in media production, the majority of your work's actually done by contract labor, union labor, that kind of thing. So that's actually a pretty sizable studio. But that company's worked on a lot of different type of projects, sports broadcasts, news. They've set up, installs for broadcast situations, and then they've even done directing. He directed some stuff for House of Cards and other television programs. But he brings a certain amount of professionalism to it, which is really awesome. So what we're doing is we're trying to collaborate really closely to make sure that the disc golf experience comes through properly. So he's bringing out the equipment. He's bringing out the, sort of the technical engineering side of this. And what we're trying to do is make sure that the audience really gets like a genuine skins experience still.
And my understanding is, based on some of the things I've read, we're talking the course is already wired for mesh, right? Like that was done before this. Is that correct in saying that?
Yeah. So there's a fiber optic internet connection for Eagles Crossing, which is great because, if you're at a disc golf course, a lot of times people know this. There's a lot of cell phone connections going on, so already you've got a slow signal. But then if you're at the Disc Golf Pro Tour, you've got a bunch of live view connection broadcast devices that stream like 100 cell phones at once per backpack. So it's nice that people can go to Eagles Crossing, free Wi-Fi, hop right on anywhere they're at on the course. You can see them. They're nice, truss antennas, spaced out evenly throughout the course, hidden, around trees and stuff so they don't get in the way. But that was set up not for the intention of a broadcast because, Philip really, when he set that up, he wanted it to be a broadcast thing, but he didn't know that broadcasts use banded cellular technology, right? So he just considers broadcast to be wired in, just like all the other stuff he's been around. But the mesh network is definitely like it's really fast, it's really good, but we didn't give ourselves enough runway to use that as the broadcast medium this year. Unfortunately, I wish we would have had more lead time on that just to sort out all of the issues, because the last thing we want to do is charge someone and then have a bunch of drops. So like if we can't guarantee an absolute great show, then it wasn't feasible. It's definitely workable technology out there. It can be done fantastic, but you've got to have a lot of time and you've got to have a little bit of technical finesse because you aren't using cellular modems anymore. You're using the Wi-Fi. So it's getting there. It's definitely going to be ready for next season to do it that way. No problem. And there's even some rumors that he might just install a bunch of fiber optic cables all over the place. So we'll see what happens.
I think that's the future. We years ago, we talked with Steve Dodge about this at Maple Hill because there was always some issues way on the backside of Maple Hill. So Steve and we all had a conversation about how can we get around this? Can we run, a large antenna, from the SAP house and a point-to-point network, or run fiber optic cable and have it, terminate at the SAP house? So to see the long-term future, I think you're right. Courses like Eagles Crossing that are already pre-wired. There's a joke about the Masters event that it's really just a network with a golf course on top of it. because that's
Right.
that's what I think the future holds. So the fact that we're already seeing some of this with the mesh network on site, and then on top of that, so now you're going to run miles of fiber cable, or maybe you're not, but Mason Productions is going to run miles of fiber cable around the course. Is that do you know much about
I guess
that?
I've been in those meetings. So yeah, it's a mix of a lot of technical solutions. There's fiber cables. There's the 6G, 12G SDI cables, that kind of thing. There's a little bit of wireless, signal sending through low latency systems. It's a very high level solution for the broadcast. So this might be the first time where we're seeing this much money get invested into a single broadcast, because it's definitely it's enough to buy a small house, honestly. And again, that was sort of an unexpected cost that we didn't realize we were going to have, and not as GK Pro, but we've been trying to develop some different broadcast relationships and advertising relationships, and when things don't quite go perfectly, every single time Eagles Crossing has just stepped up to the plate and said, you know what, let's have a hell of an event, and just basically subsidize the broadcast. So.
And that's phenomenal.
So-
And we're seeing with the cellular broadcast, obviously you're looking at, we're compressing a signal down to cellular, and a minimal, like, as if you want to get techie about 5 meg per second, as opposed to cameras, which what you guys record on, which can record anywhere from 25 to 50 meg per second. So to be able to see that video, hopefully more or less uncompressed, pulled to a satellite truck is what I understand, is what I've heard, to then rebroadcast it out to the different platforms, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a few minutes as well.
So it is going to go through the internet. It
Yes.
won't be a satellite because there is the fiber there.
Okay,
But
so it is. Well, that's even better.
There will be a truck.
A truck.
There will be a truck.
Yeah.
And then the feed will go from the truck. The cameras will go to the truck, and the truck will go into that fiber line and out to the world.
Yeah, that's even better. If there's no satellite, then you don't have to worry nearly as much about anything. So we're looking at getting a production that looks almost as good as we'll say an ESPN broadcast, or watching the Skins match pre-recorded. Is that what I'm hearing? Close to it? Are we guessing?
The one thing that the Mason Productions has really promised us is the clarity of the picture.
Right.
So, and that we're using the cameras that GK Pro use are pretty nice cameras. 2 of our cameras are cinema cameras, and then the other 3 cameras we use are like the traditional disc golf camcorders. And it's I don't want to divulge too much about broadcast, but basically all of disc golf is shooting on cameras that are less than $10,000, which is still a lot of money. Like, any camera over $100 is a lot of money, right? Like, your iPhone is, it's not free, but you already have it, right? So you could shoot on that. But, these cameras are expensive, but like the type of cameras that a normal broadcast uses are multiples higher than those cameras in terms of cost. So I'm hoping that we get to, that everyone will get to see kind of disc golf sort of filmed to like the fullest extent that it's been. It should look really good. It should be formatted pretty well. There's some slight adjustments with Skins because it's going to be live now, right? So that's different. Skins is normally an hour and 45-minute long show. Mm-hmm. So now we're getting into like 7-8 hours of broadcast. So that's kind of going to be the fun part of translating all that. But having interview stations and a broadcast desk and being able to check in with people on different holes is really our goal there.
How much from because you guys are, and I'm going to go out on a not far limb and say that the camera guys I work with when I'm doing the broadcast, you guys and the Pro Tour guys, hands down, best cameramen on the course. No doubt in my mind. You guys knock it out of the park week after week after week. how much of the live broadcast experience that you have now had is rolling into this new live broadcast? Because Mason Productions has never done a disc golf broadcast. There's only probably
Right.
4 companies in the world that have really done a live broadcast of disc golf. And so we're bringing in someone who has never done this before, but you guys kind of have some experience just being on that side of it, seeing the back end and how I and other directors work. How much of that have you relayed over to them to kind of make the two plans meet?
Well, the first step there was have the executive producer and the technical producer at that company watch the skins matches, and not just watch Eagles Crossing skins matches, but go ahead and watch a few others too. And that was kind of the first step of, making sure that they knew what the product was and what the audience is kind of expecting. And so the next step there was speaking with them about the players' personalities and about, what is the energy like on the card, that kind of thing. And then obviously we dove technically into it, and we talked about camera work and that kind of thing. And so we actually thought deeply on, camera work is really key to a broadcast. Obviously, you got to have everything framed properly, in focus, and the camera operators that he has, the contractors and then the staff people, they're phenomenal camera operators, and they all have multiple years in the industry. It's not a matter of pulling focus or knowing how to frame or anything like that. It's really just a matter of frisbees fly weird, right? So especially if you're not a if you're not a chucker, then how are you might not be able to predict that. So our solution was, as much as we can, to integrate GKPro cameramen, especially on the important cameras. So the important camera is the catch cam. T-cam, you can almost, if you know how to run a camera, you're comfortable with your camera, you're right there behind it. You just have to follow it and keep it framed. With catch cam, you've really got to put a lot of thought into what you're doing to make it work right. And then you guys know Bob. Our catch cam's the best.
Bob's the best.
Yeah. And we've said that for years. I think, and there's always been this debate it's for me, obviously running usually my own solo stuff, but then when I've brought new people on board to help out and be part of the team on any given weekend, whether it was Smashbox or Disc Golf Guy, it was taking disc golfers to teach them how to become cameramen was easier, because they know when Wysocki steps up with a forehand, they have a general idea which direction it's going to go, versus, watching Chris Clemens step up with a backhand or a forehand, and then even knowing the players and then knowing what they're trying to do. All of those things certainly help. But like you said, if you're primarily relying on your regular, cameramen, and then you have other guys filling in with some of the easier, quote unquote, easier positions, I think that's the way to do it. Are you expecting, again, pulling from, we'll say, the network and what we've developed into after all these years, are you expecting 4, 5, 6-ish cameras? Like, what's kind of the overall plan there? And how much, and maybe the follow-up to that is, how much do you feel like, obviously we're kind of expecting then maybe a little bit better image quality, but how much do you feel like it's going to emulate or be similar to a live Disc Golf Network broadcast that most people have just become accustomed to?
Yeah. So as far as the amount of cameras and the coverage, it's gonna be about at any given time on Saturday, about 6 to 8 cameras are going to be out there in the field.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sort of like the typical disc golf broadcast. The one thing, it's a traditional style broadcast, but in reality, if you go to a PGA event, there's 40 plus camera channels. So, we didn't have that kind of budget for that. So, we're saying it's a traditional broadcast, but it's just because they're running the same type of cameras. They've run the cabling, and then they're running it back to a truck on site that has a studio built into it, and an audio engineer, and, replay guys, the whole show. So, it's going to look really good. the amount of coverage we're going to try to get on Saturday, because Saturday is multiple cards going out. We're going to just try to get everyone, like, we're going to try to get people what they want, which is see some aggressive play. So we're going to try to monitor kind of like where people are at and kind of see what's going to be the best action to follow. And then we'll send Luke out there. We'll send out, someone to kind of follow the card, check in, show some action, maybe switch back. If we start getting some pushes, switch over to another card. The Saturday broadcast obviously is actually going to be just right there. All the cameras, kind of everything moving just towards that 50,000 for the players.
Okay.
So I was going to say, the broadcast, is it Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or just Saturday, Sunday?
It's actually just Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
So we're not filming we're not filming that Friday tournament. Just logistically and budget-wise, we just didn't feel like it was necessary.
Yeah, and so just to make it as clear as we can, so we can help promote and relay it, what are you looking at for a broadcast time? Not necessarily just the time, but like you're expecting a 3 to 4 hour broadcast both days, something like that. Is that
per round? Yeah. So Saturday would be an 8 a.m. start to something like a noon finish with some interviews and some stuff for the people that are moving on, maybe some of the people that are saying goodbye, and then a 2 o'clock start to roughly a 5:30, 6 o'clock finish with the same deal, some post interviews, and at that point we'll know who's going into Sunday, and we'll have at our disposal some of the best commentators and interviewers in the game, with Nate Sexton, Big Germ, Paul Ulibarri on the grounds, who've agreed to, if they don't move on, assist us in doing some production and broadcast stuff.
And then the follow-up to that is, I think it was a rumor. I don't know. That's why we're here. Primarily Luke, yourself, and Zach Melton, or what's kind of is there an official, we'll say, commentary team that's starting out?
So Zach made lead card.
Zach got a feature card somewhere.
Yeah.
And he's a pro disc golfer, so he accepted that position, and we'll be playing a tournament next weekend. So he won't be there with us, but I'm going to be doing some of that. There's so
there will be a broadcaster there to sort of back up Luke, go doing intros and outros for the studio. And so we're not looking to bring in a totally new face, but we've got a guy who's basically going to just kind of lightly host the show and help Luke assist with more of the technical side of a live broadcast, where obviously Luke's actually helped you guys out with live stuff before on the Disc Golf Network. But as far as making Luke do 9+ hours of all of that, I think was going to be a little unfeasible. And he wants to play the glow round and all that. So
trust me, only nut jobs are on the air for like 8 to 9 hours. Right, Terry?
Stupid enough to do that. What idiot just blathers on for that long.
I want to talk real quick about the distribution method. We're seeing what is it, livediscgolftv.com or something? I'll have to dig that up. But there's 2 ways to watch this. You can get it on the website. You pay $14.99 for it, and also via YouTube. Is that correct? And do you know the difference between the platforms?
So with YouTube, it's a channel membership. So you're, if you join that and you're just wanting to watch the skins, make sure that don't let it charge your card the next month. I'm just giving everyone a friendly warning. So that it is technically a channel membership. YouTube does keep a pretty big share of that, but it's going to be a really stable platform for it to be streamed. YouTube is like almost no technical issues at all, fingers crossed, obviously, but they have a lot of infrastructure. So we felt like if we can send people to our YouTube channel, they're already used to watching it on skins on our YouTube channel. So you're already right there. You can watch it. And then the livediscgolf.net is set up just as sort of an auxiliary type broadcast. For anyone who, for some logistical reason, can't make it work on YouTube, they have that. And, it's We're definitely like we're down to kind of air it anywhere. So there is some conversations with some other companies happening, but it's all been sort of really a fast moving last 6 weeks of this tour for everyone. And so what we're trying to do is mainly just kind of get everything really high quality broadcast wise and make sure that we've got a great product, and then we decided to kind of market and really start to sell it. So you're going to hear a lot of buzz over the next 3 days as the players show up to the chorus and start practicing. You're going to see a lot more posts on social media about it, and it's going to be pretty exciting for those guys shooting for 50,000. I can't imagine that kind of pressure, honestly, because I'm not a competitive disc golfer, so I just play for fun.
We'll try to get in on Friday.
35.
Get into that tournament.
Yeah, there you go.
They might need me in that booth to kind of help keep things together, but
So, and I don't think there's any. I think it's worth the clarification. If you just said tons of people, of course, your 100,000 plus subscribers can do it on YouTube in that capacity and in that method. Would you prefer, like, if you had your druthers, I think is the phrase, would you prefer they use livediscgolf.net? Is that more advantageous
no,
to
there's
you
literally
guys?
no, no,
Okay.
no, no. It's choose whatever works best for you. We just want the customer experience or the viewer experience to be really good.
Do you know the
We
player
want
Use
to
that
be a
whatever.
customer and
do you know
have the
the
experience be good.
I was gonna say, do you know what
Yeah.
do you know what kind of player the livediscgolf.net? Because YouTube, obviously, you can do Chromecast, you can cast it to your TV. If with all that stuff, usually, what player is that something I'm gonna be able to
So
show on my
that's the
TV?
advantage, right?
Yeah.
You'll be able to definitely watch it on your TV with the YouTube.
Mhm.
With the with the livediscgolf.net, that's a Vimeo platform.
Okay.
So what we're trying to do is see if we can have it on the Vimeo app that's native
Sure.
to the App Store, but we just didn't have time to set that app up as it's a pretty big investment to do that. As you guys know, it's definitely not cheap, and at this point, we've just run into so many unexpected costs with everything else. It's just like, let's get the broadcast out there and see what happens with like people watching before we go off
To
and build a custom app for everyone to watch.
to a naysayer or a detractor or everyone in between, or just someone genuinely curious, where how and where do you land at, we'll say $14.99? And I set that up by saying, people know what it is for a month of Disc Golf Network, and then you have a PDGA, possible discount, and then somebody could turn around and say that still isn't shit because you pay $99.99 to watch one night of UFC. So I'm
Right.
certainly not a detractor, but where when somebody says $14.99, like
And
that's
I
one
get
less
I
disc out of
get
the
that
1,000 I have to buy
some
this
people
year.
would have. Yeah, I get that some people would definitely have some feelings about the 14.99, especially with just not having enough time to really let it wash over them. And that was probably my personal fault of not just getting the messaging out really clear as soon as I knew I could. But um, the 14.99 was, and really honestly, like, we wish we could do it for free, but 100,000 just doesn't pay for itself, right? But like, to be honest, 14.99 was kind of like, we obviously over $20. We're not offering 3 days or 4 days of broadcast. USDGC is a 4-day broadcast. Traditionally, in the past, it had been, I think, was it 20? Was it 19.99?
At
Was it
least, yeah,
at
sure.
least, if maybe 24.99 at some point? But so that was kind of a part of it, is like cost per day versus events that had been traditionally held. And then we obviously know that we're not going to get everyone who watches disc golf to watch it, but we think that if we could get a decent amount of viewership, it could be maybe the start to something that's really fun for these players. And then if we can get enough viewership to kind of just break even or profit just a slight amount, then like guys, it's going to get awesome. Just personal message to the audience, like the volume's going to get turned up so much.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to finally see a broadcast that is, I've done live broadcasting for disc golf with Terry and whatever for 10 years now. That's started almost 10 years ago with Disc Golf Planet. And to see a broadcast for almost the first time put in the amount of money that people want to see a broadcast in, because regardless of how Disc Golf Network is, it's still, I don't want to say a shoestring budget because that's not true, but
it's not cheap what you guys do. The
it's not
audience
cheap
needs
what we
to understand.
but it's definitely not cheap what we do. But we also don't have the time or ability to put in $100,000+ into live for every event, and that's just for cabling and people and this and that. Like,
right, it's almost like time is the bigger constrictor there than it is budget.
100%. So I'm really excited to see what a true new broadcast can do, because I think back and I think of there are two other broadcasts I really think of that kind of had something similar. Was nobody laugh, but the old American Disc Golf Tour. Where they had like the hole, like the 6 holes that they went in a circle, and then there was one over in Europe that they set up for like 6 holes or something that Avery and Jamie Thomas had done some commenting on, that had a big production broadcast company, and those looked.
I remember that one.
Yeah, those looked good. There were content issues and this and that, but ultimately they were semi-successful. So I'm really excited to see something now. I mean, it's been 5 or 6 years since we've seen anything like that, to have a truly wired broadcast. So I mean, you're already getting my money just because I want to see what can happen, and I'm a techie guy like that. So I'm really excited.
Sure. Yeah, we want to have a really high quality event, and we want the audience to feel like they got their money's worth. That's like the most important thing to us. And in all honesty, like, we really wish we could have kept it free, but if we're going to start bringing this type of money into disc golf for the players and the pros, like, there's 2 ways to do that, right? There's the really big advertising deals and going out and putting in the work with the sales teams and getting the bigger brands to come in. And that's definitely possible. And like, you guys did a great job with Barbasol, and it's trending in that direction. And then the other way to do it is crowdfund it. And we know that there's a certain amount of people that tune in almost like within the first couple hours of skins being published, on Tuesdays. Those people are pretty big fans, and they're excited to see it. So we're hoping that they tune in, if they're not working or if they have the free time. And we're going to put on a really cool thing, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to predict who's going to win this thing. No. So you guys could try.
But is there a bracket somewhere? No way is there a way to submit any of your picks?
People should be betting on it, right?
After Friday's qualifying, we're gonna release a bracket. Yeah, it'll be 48, and it'll be set then. So we don't have the full bracket yet. But
that makes
look for that on Big Money Skins as well.
Yeah, we'll post some pictures of it to our Instagram, some graphic images.
And one last thing I want to clear up, make sure everyone's familiar with this. This is a live broadcast. Is there plans to do anything post-production after the fact? 30, 60, 2 years down the line? Like, what is the plan with this thing? Because obviously you guys are primarily post-production. That's what you're known for. Sure. That's what you guys are awesome at. Is something like that going to happen, or is that off the books?
Yeah. So clarity to that is we don't own the broadcast rights to the Big Money Skins Championship. That was always an Eagles Crossing production. GK Skins is sponsored in a way, and it's structured in a way that it is sponsored and almost executively produced by Eagles Crossing. So, but Big Money Skins is in itself sort of its own entity, and so it will not be available, unfortunately, as a front 9 back 9 special on OTB Skins. It's not going to have OTB branding in it. It's not going to have advertising in it. It's not going to have CTPs in it. It's going to be pure super competitive golf. So, it will live on as like if you like, let's say you're at work and you can't make it for Sunday's broadcast or your church or something like that, or you're out playing golf or you're at an A tier, you're going to be able to go back and watch the broadcast, but there won't be a broken down, condensed, shot for shot post produced of it.
And I think that's
That
one
will
of
not
the.
be.
I think that's one of the advantages to, if you want to sign up somewhere, to do it via YouTube, just for that reason. If you're going to pay the $15, do that, then you probably have at least 30 days to watch it until maybe you cancel your subscription.
Yeah, it'll be right there in the membership. Yeah,
in
exactly.
the membership area. So and
we're trying to secure more places to put this broadcast, but just people are working with us pretty well. But for right now, if you just go to GKPro's YouTube channel and you see right down at the bottom of the video, it says join, and you can click it right there.
Okay, we're gonna start to wrap up, but I've got a couple of final questions first. Let's start with you, Luke. Of course, you've worked yourself into this amazing scenario, and it's got to be awesome. When there's this much money on the line, does anything change for you as a commentator, as a personality out there? Whether it's the seriousness or just in general, any personal intensities, knowing we're live or you're going to be live, do you feel like anything for you changes internally?
This will be my 80th episode roughly of doing this now. So I've gotten a lot more comfortable in the role. I'll probably grab an extra coffee and make sure I'm sharp with it, but nothing too different. Added cash it's going to make the heart pump a little bit, and I'll be feeling it when these guys are trying to cash a 40-footer for 15 grand or something, like I was with the last big money skins. But just trying to stay calm and make light of the situation like I normally do is what I'll be aiming to do.
Okay. And then Luke, I'll let you think on this while I ask it of Isaac. Is there any misconceptions, or I guess this is also kind of just an open open floor, but are there any major misconceptions that you'd love to just squash or address or hit on because you saw somebody post this and it's just dead wrong or inaccurate? If there is any, whether we've talked about them or not, is there any you want to drive home that you want to correct or fix or update?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't read the comment section.
You're not a YouTuber then. Jeez, come on.
Well, I do so much that, like, if I read the comment section, what else? Like, it can drag you in. It can drag you in, and then I can't focus. And
okay.
I think let's have a little transparency. So I think that there's a misconception that we're out here maybe looking for kind of an end of season big money win for ourselves, and that's definitely not happening. We're trying to drive the brand of skins forward, and so we're being creative and we're doing something new. It's for lack of better words, we're experimenting with the product, and the maybe if people could perceive that the $14.99 isn't any kind of way lining anyone's pocketbooks, I promise you that every single penny that comes in to this event is going to, in some way or another, go right back into Eagles Crossing. So, if you look at it like that, it's actually, you're almost sort of a way able to look at it as like an investment in the future of disc golf. And you're investing in a course that could be world renowned for maybe the next 50 to 100 years for disc golf. And once people start to think about that, I think it will really set in this weekend what's going on.
Okay, I love it. Now, similar but maybe slightly different than Luke would be, what's the dumbest comment that you've seen and or most inaccurate thing that you've seen about this that you can be like, it's blank, it's not this?
Have you only seen bad comments, Terry? Is that what's happening here?
No, but Terry's,
I haven't looked, so I don't know.
Terry's area of the internet tends
to have,
that I don't know. He's very broad with Terry's internet, but when you have such a broad spectrum, there are I don't want to say shines of light because that's the opposite of what it is, but there are spectrums that Terry frequents that aren't necessarily the most positive. So he does get to see the good and the bad.
There's a lot of dumb people that say a lot of ridiculous things, and the ones that get me the most, the ones that get me the most are the ones that are just completely 100% inaccurate. You can have in my, I'll say, a shitty opinion about something, that's fine. But when you come to the table and you post A, B, and C and rah, 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 and all A, B, and C are just wrong, but you're leading some charge, or you have some big platform, or you're driving that train, but A, B, and C are wrong right off and I know they're wrong because I was physically there, or I know the story. Like those are the ones that irk me, that such stupid, vile, inaccurate information can spread so easily. Opinions are one thing, but when you're just like filled with inaccurate data and I see it posted, those are the times, unfortunately, that I kind of have to like insert myself and sometimes say something. So that's why I love asking that question: is there anything you've seen or heard where you're like, oh, okay, no, that's wrong. Let me set the record straight.
Thank you. I think it's a good question, and I have read some comments, Terry, and there are mixed feelings out there. But I think there's an assumption that our broadcast is going to be something, maybe something that they've seen before. But it's a give us your trust. You've given it to us now for 2 years, when we've showed you personalities in disc golf. We've showed you things you didn't even know you wanted. So allow us to experiment. We're going to do our best to bring you an amazing broadcast. And at the end of the day, like,
I think one thing that maybe in a broad sense, a general industry sense, is that all of the major companies and players in disc golf and professional disc golf they're in growth burn mode. They're not in, a lot of these companies are making huge investments back right into the sport. Whether it be a manufacturer upgrading their distribution or their actual manufacturing of the plastic, or whether it be Disc Golf Network each year, like spending so much money trying to upgrade, not just the broadcast, but upgrade the stuff for the touring pros, upgrade the things for the employees and take care of the employees, better each year. So, I think there's some people that think that there's just someone sitting there with a big bag of cash, just filling that, getting bigger, get that bag getting bigger and bigger. And I'll let you know when that happens. You'll see it, you'll see it start to post. But all of disc golf right now, we're reinvesting back into the sport. We're putting everything back into it right now, and especially right now with everything's kind of starting to slow down with the season. We're all starting to think about how do we grow for next year. So that's where the sport's at, and I think even like everyone in the sport could do a better job of kind of considering where we're at. With communicating that we're trying to push it, make it better for the pros, make it better for the audience, and ultimately make it better for everyone. We'll get more disc golf courses, more AMs can play,
Yeah. I've got two real quick tech questions. One is, do you guys have a drone for this weekend? Don't know.
That's a great question.
I know.
There's so many little details.
Yeah, I didn't get that one locked in yet. And my question is I always think of,
we have drones, so I don't see why we couldn't do that.
GKPro graphics? You guys going to do your own graphics, or is there like a custom graphics theme that we're going to see for like scorekeeping?
That's a great question. Yeah, so obviously we're switching around to a lot of different
We're billing
parts.
you for consulting after tonight.
This is a consulting call. Actually, so.
Just you have my email, so just send it over. But we're going to keep the graphics a little bit more simple. Again, if people knew how many back-end producers it took to put on like the type of graphics show that you get at NBA or with the NFL, or even with even with the PGA Tour, like the amount of back end producers, it's literally 2 rooms full of producers sitting there on computers preparing stuff for that kind of thing. So I think disc golf's a little, maybe a little early on from that, but the graphics are going to be kind of traditional to like what you see on the Disc Golf Network broadcast.
Great.
But just sort of simple with the the whole information, and then you can kind of see what your top people are doing, and then obviously what are our top people doing? They're earning actual money, so you're just going to see a money
instead
line.
of strokes. You see a money line. That's awesome. And I want to thank you guys because I credit the OTB skins for the huge explosion that we're seeing with other production companies in our sport doing all these extra things. We've seen what Jomez does with the practice rounds and stuff like that, and we've seen Gatekeeper and Ricky's thing, but I honestly credit OTB and GKPro with the skins really lighting that match. Honestly, I think you guys have pushed the bar better. People weren't. It was years ago that Terry and I jokingly talked about getting I think we wanted to film disc every Thursday with players when we first started live broadcasting, and we were like, ugh, the players, they're going to be practicing on Wednesdays and Thursdays. They're not going to want to do things like that. And it went right out the window, and we never ever talked about it again. But you guys made it happen, and it's all. I think a lot of this stuff is because of GKPro and the skins match, and I can't thank you enough for the effort, and I mean obviously the extra work you guys put in every week on the Pro Tour, but just the amount of effort you guys are doing out there, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, well, we appreciate
Johnny.
we appreciate that, and we appreciate the support that you guys give us every week, and the Pro Tour gives us, and you guys are obviously a part of that. And then we appreciate all the fans.
Yeah.
Really, honestly, when we started it during COVID, it was just a necessity thing. It was do or don't exist as a company anymore. So, and then that's been a way that we've been able to, with skins being sort of the content backbone to GKPro, we can go in and we can do a really good job for the FPO lead card each week because we have that solid foundation from skins. So we've been able to upgrade each year, and we're super proud of that. The graphics have gotten better, the quality of the camera work and the image quality and the audio quality. Each year we're reinvesting in it. So we're trying to push out the best content for free as much as we can, and we're going to continue to do that. As soon as this pay-per-view is over, we're going to have some amazing free content coming out for you guys that you've never even seen before. Stuff that's totally unique, and there's a lot of companies actually. DGN is coming out with something that I'm really excited to watch. I think it's called On Tour. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be so much cool content this winter, and we're going to continue to put out a lot of free content and do a lot of cool things this off season. So we appreciate you guys having us on to talk about the skins match and clarify some stuff for the audience. And if you guys want any more information, you can try to message us on Instagram. We're generally pretty good about that. You can send us an email. You can kind of you can go to gkprodisc.com and you can reach us there, or you can go to Big Money Skins and reach out there. Tickets are available now. If you've been kind of on the fence whether or not you want to go, I can guarantee you this is worth every penny and all the time that it's going to take to drive there. If you're not in St. Louis, maybe you're a little bit further away, it'll be worth it. You're going to see disc golf history going to get made. You're going to get to see so much. It's going to be an amazing weekend, and we really hope to see you guys there.
I was this close to flying into St. Louis. I have the weekend without Disc Golf Network. I was like, what's going on? My wife has stuff, and I have kids things this weekend because she laughed at me when I said, hey, now that I've got nothing disc golf broadcasting.
It's going to be 75 and sunny.
I know.
It's going to be
way better than here, but yeah, family put the kibosh on that. But so instead, I'm just going to sub to the YouTube page and watch and have it on all weekend, whether my family likes it or not.
Well, first go online and bitch about the pay-per-view, but then
never.
Exactly.
If you get 3 rounds,
you got $15, bro.
Yeah. If you don't have $15 for entertainment, that's great. You don't pay for anything then. Focus on food and rent.
Like I said,
say.
we're going to keep putting out free stuff on YouTube. It just won't be big money skins.
Exactly.
We're going to keep doing a lot of free stuff.
Exactly. And just, you know what? Everything. I figure 3 rounds at 4 hours a round, you're looking at 12 hours worth of entertainment for $15. That's barely over $1 an hour.
$1.25 an hour. I don't got that.
I'm excited.
That kind of money.
I think it's phenomenal. I think it's great, and it's the best bang for your buck that you can get.
And again, if we can get a good viewership, this is me speaking to the audience, the OTB Skins audience, or anyone else who's maybe heard about skins, or maybe just cares about the particular pro they like. Maybe you're a Calvin fan, or maybe you're an Ezra fan. Maybe you're a Ricky fan. Those guys are going to be out there. You can support them. There's a crowd fundraiser going on. If you go to Big Money Skins, there's a link over. You can actually buy discs that support the player. I think like 10 or 20% of the proceeds go to the player's charity of choice. There's just going to be a lot of fun activity, and if we can have a successful viewership, I can guarantee you guys, like, Eagles Crossing Productions is going to turn up the volume quite a bit.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Guys, we really appreciate it. I was going to say we wish you the best off season, but as we all know, when you're working as hard as you are, there's not much of an off season, but we really appreciate you guys joining us, giving us the insights and some, pulling back the curtain a little bit to let us know what we could expect, what the world should be able to expect. And of course, we'll be subscribed and supporting in every possible way, and also pushing it out there for others to watch and to see. So best of luck to you in every possible way. It's no small undertaking, as you've already experienced, and it definitely is exciting stuff for all of disc golf. So thank you guys for really just busting your asses, you and everyone else that's involved, including everyone over at Eagles Crossing. It's pretty incredible. Yeah. And as you said, I think this is just, you just said it, Luke, the sky's the limit, and this looks to be the start of, or the continuation of, some really big stuff. So looking forward to it.
I just subbed right now. $15. There you go.
Boom.
Yeah.
Dang, nice, now I can't afford that beer. All right, gentlemen, we're going to cut you loose. Keep grinding, keep working as hard as you are, and everybody loves and appreciates it. And looking forward to seeing the action this weekend. So best of luck down there. Have fun.
Thanks, guys. See you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, have a good night. See ya. Bye. All right, awesome.
That's I really am excited, and a part of it is the fact that I don't have to do anything. So it's one of the few broadcasts.
You're a lazy SOB.
One of the few broadcasts I can just sit back and relax and enjoy it and look at what they're doing and how they hopefully handle things. Again, to me, it's really exciting to see like a new production company come in and with a different viewpoint, because everything that you see on Disc Golf Networks comes from usually me or Mo or whatever, like how we've learned to produce. And so to have a new company come in with a fresh point of view, I'm really excited to see what they can do. And I hope everybody does sub. I said it during the broadcast. I'll say it during our little interview, and I'll say it again. The GKPro guys are all phenomenal guys. I got to hang out with them a little bit at the celebrity event. And they're really great, and they bust their ass, and I don't think they get nearly the credit that they deserve. And they do the FPO, and then on top of that, not only do they do the FPO, but then sometimes they turn around and will do other cameras for MPO while somebody's editing FPO. They're out there 8 hours a day, man, and I can't thank them all enough. So please go ahead and subscribe. Again, it's $15. If you can't afford $15, I don't want to pressure you. Don't do it. But guess what? If it's in your budget, it's worthwhile.
Looking forward to it. All right. Well, again, thank you to GK, and we know there's probably a ton of extra GKPro fans that jumped in or are here, so we appreciate it. And go out and make sure you're all ready to go for this weekend. Or, as Johnny said, if you can find yourself down there, if it wasn't such a jam-packed weekend for myself, I certainly would love to go check things out on site in person, but it's just not going to happen for me. So, but I will be able to at least sit and watch or take it all in eventually. All right. So in a few minutes, we are going to have another guest tonight. We're doubling up. This guy on the West Coast, so a little bit earlier for him. But we appreciate it. none other than Sean Jack,
He's
who
here.
I feel like we've had before, but maybe it's been a little while.
It's probably been about a
And
year
I
since
guess,
we've had Sean. I think we had him right around the tour, maybe the tour championship last year is when we had him talking about the sponsors. And guess what? This is like Sean Jack time. You know, all the golfers get during the season. Once the season ends, we want to talk about what's going to happen and what's going on. So we bring in Sean Jack.
All right. Well, without further ado, coming in from our disparate digital green room, Sean Jack. Sean, do you have any nicknames?
What's up, guys?
'Cause I feel like we should be nicknaming
Never.
this up, because if not, I'm going to have to come up with one.
No one's ever played off my last name ever for any sort of nickname in my entire life.
Never.
I couldn't imagine. I mean, I'm going to dig into the Sean part. That's that. Well, welcome, buddy. We love to do it. Go ahead and maybe give your title and introduce yourself to the world in case anyone doesn't know who you are.
Sure, I'm Sean Jack. My fancy job title is VP of Partnerships for Disc Golf Pro Tour, but that essentially is a fancy way to say that I'm the sales guy. I manage and sign the majority of the sponsors. Most of the sales cycle, from like lead generation all the way into execution, I'm the one that puts together all the ad run for that you guys see on Disc Golf Network. I curate and help vet special activations, like the close shave replay. Thank you, Terry, for doing such a fantastic job with that. And I just get my hands dirty. And, anytime there's like a major partnership with the tour. So oftentimes I'm on phone calls with, our post-production media partners, UDisc, and any other opportunities that the tour might have outside of like a normal scope.
So
and also, I also own and operate one of the events on the tour as a separate.
Yeah. Just that. Like that only takes a few weeks or a few days. No, of course, your partners in the OTB, the operation of the OTB Open taking place out there in Stockton, correct? Okay,
that is correct.
Let's. I mean, and I'm guessing there's some things you can share, some things you won't. Obviously, you just have to plead the fifth when you have to. But let's talk about just the overall, the sponsorship opportunities and or maybe the sponsorship procurement, in fact, with the fact that we've seen outside of the sport sponsors now jump in specifically more so at the Tour Championship these last few years. And by that, I mean, we've seen Grip 6 come in, who is, of course, a belt company. We've seen LL Bean. We've seen Guaranteed Rate. We've seen Johnsonville. And then at I'm guessing the largest scale to date, then we've seen Barbasol. Am I missing any other major ones that have jumped on in the last couple of years?
Those are most of the non-endemics that are like household names. There's like a few other on the tour. Canna is a fertilizer company that's been a season-long partner. They're not specifically disc golf related, but I say you nailed it. And typically, the Tour Championship has been like the event in which we bring them on. So Johnsonville was a partner all season. They owned 2 of the basket wraps, or like mini pyramids, and then they went a little bit bigger. You guys probably saw some ads, like the Tongsman themed ads, and then LL Bean did some stuff last year for the Tour Championship, but just on the ESPN2 broadcast. And I was able to convince them and their agency it made sense to focus more on streaming opportunities. To be honest, a source of frustration I have is selling to non-endemics is that they all seem to be focused on television or linear channel experiences, and people just aren't doing like appointment viewing like they used to, especially the 20 to 40-year-old audience. Like, many people have cut their cord. They're streaming everything, and sports is like the last bastion of advertising that you can catch people in a live environment. And I don't understand why it matters if someone's watching everyone's watching everything on their TV, whether they're casting it, whether they're using an app. And I don't get why the view on ESPN or CBS or ABC matters more than the view on YouTube. So I was really excited that LL Bean, Johnsonville, and of course Barbasol were able to diversify their strategy and run some ads on the network and also with post-production, because obviously, even though the network is growing substantially, we still have a significant portion of our views coming with our partners with GKPro, Gatekeeper, and Jomez.
Yeah. So, well, let's start with what they step up for the Tour Championship, so to speak. Is that an extra hard push or sell for you, or maybe flipping that on its head? Is it that much easier because we're talking about that much more exposure?
That's a good question. I don't know. There is additional exposure. I didn't even bring a beer because I didn't think it was professional, by the way, Terry.
It's
You've
so
been on
not,
this show
especially
before. Come on, buddy.
Especially when our friends at Founders over there in Grand Rapids have recently reached out and they said they'd like to talk. So we'll
Nice
talk
work.
tonight.
Yeah, the Tour Championship
And
is our crowning event.
I'm at home. Normally I have to drive to Johnny's, so I have a long drive home. Tonight I'm at my own house, so my bedroom's just a few steps away, making things much more friendly for that. Anyway,
got it. Sorry, got off track. It's our crowning event, and it has the most views, so it's easier in that sense. But there's also, like, I think starting in 2020, we set a new precedent with bringing on a non-endemic partner in Grip 6, and then Guaranteed Rate, and then Barbasol. And to be honest, I was like losing sleep going back a month ago when we didn't have that spot secured yet. One, for the financial contribution, and two, because I think it's important that the Tour Championship has a non-endemic sponsor, a recognizable brand. I think that helps obviously the tour, but the entire sport. And I think with these guys this year, like, it's by the way, this is a really good product, the aloe version. Yeah. I typically did shave with gel, and I switched to Barbasol because I really liked it.
You look really clean right now too. It's kind of
yeah. Jeez. I mean, they don't offer just the shaving cream. They also offer razors.
They do. They actually have a subscription-based service like Dollar Shave Club.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until I looked into the company.
Do they fulfill the Dollar Shave Clubs? It almost looks like, I don't want to say it's eerily similar, but the products, the razors themselves, I feel like is white labeling. Is that the phrase? Like, I feel like Dollar Shave Club gets their razors from Barbasol, because I was a member of Dollar Shave Club, which are great razors. And I feel like once I saw them, I'm like, hey, I wonder if they just get them from Barbasol, which would make sense because they're great razors. Anyway.
I don't know. I would speculate that they get their razors from somewhere not in the United States. Yeah. If it was Dollar Shave Club, and I would bet that Barbasol, which is an Ohio-based company, probably makes them here, but I don't know. That's all speculation.
Okay.
So how did the Barbasol? How did the Barbasol thing turn out? I mean, we always hear about, we just need somebody's kid that's a disc golf fan and his dad's a CEO, and like, how did Barbasol come along? Like, where did that?
That's a really good question. I talk about this a lot. It is Barbasol, honestly, is one of the few deals I've ever done that there wasn't, like, in the sales cycle, you would call it inside champion or an influencer. So you just said something, like, as an example, Johnsonville, their owner's son started playing disc golf during the pandemic. He got addicted. He started watching Jomez, eventually came to DGN and said, we have to start sponsoring disc golf. It literally was that simple. It's just someone on the inside. The demographic obviously makes sense. Guaranteed Rate last year, the partnerships director played disc golf in the 90s in college. Contacted me shortly after Worlds last year. Grip 6, the reason why Grip 6 is in the disc golf is because one of the partners plays as much as he possibly can. But Barbasol, this is the first time, and honestly, like, this was written in our press release. I did not sign this deal. The Disc Golf Pro Tour, going back 4 to 6 weeks ago, we engaged in a partnership with an agency called CSMG, Consumer College Sports Management Group. They are representing us for sponsorship opportunities and perhaps some licensing. They actually cold called me on LinkedIn earlier this year, mostly for licensing and for distribution. We have, as you might imagine now, several companies contacting us wanting to host the Disc Golf Network, essentially, like other streaming services. Flow Sports, I think, is one of them.
Get us on that Roku TV.
Yes. So that was their initial pitch, and then as I got to talk to them and did some research, I found out they actually do sponsorship. They broker sponsorships. They swim usually in the collegiate space. They've gone after esports, which I think is on a pretty similar yet higher growth trajectory than we are, but demographics are similar, habits are similar, psychographics are similar. I'm sure we probably index similarly to different products. And CSMG was able to bring in. I helped provide resources, but I didn't actually close that deal. And I'm really happy that this agency, in which we took a big chance on, at the 11th hour was able to bring in a really well matched category for our demo, and a 100-year-old company that everyone knows.
Mm-hmm. Was there any?
Yeah.
I mean, did they know anything about how shaving cream is used in disc dyeing, or was that just all kind of dumb luck? We'll say, was that hey, here's someone that wants to advertise, but we do use that.
I'm actually mad at myself that I never went after that category in previous years, because I never considered it. So it was like a dumb luck, happy accident. I remember when we were talking when the agency closed the deal and we were presenting it to our team and figuring out how we could kick ass and take names to make sure the activation was over delivered. Our retail manager Ty was like, I've been using their shaving cream for years because they're really affordable and to dye discs. And I was like, oh my God, that's right. So we instantly did a disc dyeing activation at the press release, where before the athletes came on, they dyed their own discs. And then we did some social media associated with that, shared it with them. Hopefully they'll kit that and use it in their own social channels too. And that also happens with, they've had some partnerships with sneaker makers too, because people use shaving cream to dye sneakers.
Oh, I had no clue about that. That's interesting.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yep.
With everything you just said about having some of the presenting sponsors and some of these bigger sponsors throughout the years, especially these last couple of years, it might be easy to assume that somebody maybe wasn't happy or didn't get their dollars worth because they didn't come back as a sponsor the next year. And I'm guessing that's an inaccurate assumption, but what are some reasons for someone to, I'll use a guaranteed rate, I'll use a Grip 6. If they said, hey, 2023 or 2022, we're going to pass on that opportunity. Do you ever often get to the reason as to why, and what, for any given reason as to why they might pass or not be interested?
Sometimes I would say guaranteed rate is, honestly, one of the only partners that the tour has ever had in its history that didn't renew. We're really good at maintaining our partnerships annually. And I just think maybe it just wasn't a good fit. You never know what companies' budgets are, what their specific goals are, what they're doing, what kind of spend that they. Guaranteed rate is kind of like a Geico model, but for mortgages, where they paper everything. They're the presenting partner of the Chicago White Sox Stadium. They do a lot in a lot of different emerging sports. They're the PBA presenting partner of the entire tour. So I'm not specifically sure what happened, why they did not renew their partnership. But to be honest, I'm okay if we continually get new non-endemics as the presenting partner of the Tour Championship. However, I will say, because of the great work that, and Terry, thank you guys so much. You really owned. I think it's because the category just lent itself for dad jokes, the close shave replay, the shaving cream on the faces, versus it's easier sell to incorporate it organically and have some fun more than a mortgage company. So I would be surprised if Barbasol doesn't come on next year as a season-long partner. The close shave replay is something that I've played disc golf yesterday morning in Charlotte before I flew back to California, and we used the close shave replay twice in a round, just messing around. Oh, that was a close shave. And that just happens. I'd say every disc golf round, it happens a handful of times while you're playing professionally, casually, it doesn't matter. And so I would love to see that on a rinse, wash, repeat this year, and just see us work with them on a long-term basis. It was a really good fit.
Congratulations, Terry. You really yeeted that advertisement.
Yeah.
There we
So
go.
before I get to that, I'm gonna say. So it sounds like you're telling me I should be asking for either a raise and or a bonus for my efforts. Is that what
I
I
have
heard you
tons
say?
of shaving cream that I can offer you. Yes.
Yeah. The problem is
No, you did a really
I
good
kind
job.
of recently gave up shaving, and I'm trying to grow this patchy beard for the last 2 years. So I used
Well,
to
actually,
shave.
can I flip the script and ask you what was it about Barbasol, honestly, that made it where you quickly adopted to
I,
the brand, the
it's
category more than I've seen you anybody else in history.
I'll say this.
It's
Well, for
tangible.
me, I can make a dumb joke about damn near anything, or a pun, but Barbasol is a product I have used and use. I'm very familiar with it. I don't dye discs. I know a lot of people who do, and I know that's like 50-50. Some people still use shaving cream. I was updated this weekend. Not everybody still use shaving cream. I'm like, yes, I get it. There's more than one method, but it was largely, the kind of the introductory method for everybody to get into dyeing discs. And it's just a product that I was personally familiar with that gets used daily. That's on a shelf. So even though I'll never win my dad's like affirmation or love, like I know not only did he use Barbasol, but if I said to him, "Hey, Barbasol sponsored this weekend," like he'd know what that is, and he'd be familiar with it. And so there's a validation in us having what's the term, non-endemic.
Non-endemic, outside the sport. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have fancy phrases like that. So non-endemic. Um, Companies. I've said that for years, and we've all said that. We always say once
Hmm.
a Coke or a Nike or whomever, we'll name any of them, get into our sport, it just provides our sport some additional validation. And so for me, it was very exciting for that reason. And I mean, nothing for nothing. I mean, I did love Barbasol as a product, but most products of that nature, I'd like to think I could get into. And if you give me a chance to be cheesy or make some terrible puns, I'm going to take them more often than not.
Yeah,
So
in the
Well,
control
it's a
room.
commodity, right?
Yeah.
Shaving cream is basically a commodity. And what I was really happy to hear is I had a bunch of people text me, email me, call me, and say like, I am going to, and this is anecdotes, but when next time I go buy shaving cream, it's going to be Barbasol, right? And I think
yeah,
I would bet, our reach right now is probably 1 million people total. I would hope 10,000 people in the next quarter are choosing or reaching for Barbasol as opposed to the other not to be named gel-based shaving cream that is popular.
yeah. I couldn't agree more. And then I always say, even if that's true, Barbasol won't know, even if there is 10,000 additional units but bought that wouldn't have been bought. They're not going to be able to be like, well, disc golfers, they're not going to be able to track it back necessarily to us. But it's always good if there's an upswing. And that's why I guess I asked the question about a Grip 6 or a Guaranteed Rate or literally any other company, is like when they don't renew, you can't fault them. But you're always just curious though, like, hey, why'd you break up with me? Or did you
Sure.
just find someone else? Or was it not a good fit? Or was there not enough, I'll say, traceability or trackability to be like, hey,
Yep.
we may have had an impact. I mean, there could have been 500 new people that went through Guaranteed Rate last year, but when we're just a drop in the bucket, 500 new people, they're not necessarily going to even notice that. So just out of pure curiosity, that's why I asked that question.
No. I want to dive into that a little bit more. So not all sponsorships are based on ROI, right? They're not just trying to get rich.
Sure.
Some of them are just branding. Some of them are just trying to build their audience and our demographic. I would say two things. Grip 6 in 2020 had a banner year, right? It's an outdoor-based product. Their branding is outdoor. The pandemic hit, and they just were flooded. I think I would suspect that they were flooded with money. And at the end of a lot of times companies will want to spend that money at the end of the year to reduce their tax burden, right? So that I don't know that's the case, but the price tag we attach to the Tour Championship is, I don't know what other events gets. I know what mine does. Is typically much higher for presenting partnerships because this is the crowning event. It delivers more views. So last year, what was really hot was the housing market, right? I'm going to guess that Guaranteed Rate was writing a lot of mortgages, and probably was sitting on a pile of cash and maybe was experimenting. Again, this is speculation.
Not so much
I don't
right now.
know if. And then this year, this is kind of a joke year. The pandemic has subsided. People are losing their beards, and
finally getting their
again,
shit together, going back to the
yes,
office,
yeah,
and starting
going back.
to
So
shave.
maybe shaving cream is maybe shaving cream probably was way down, just like
Oh, for
barbershops were
sure.
down in 2020,
For sure.
2021. They're like it's fascinating to look at certain businesses that got disc golf obviously is on a meteoric rise because of the pandemic, whereas I don't know, the opposite of that's like in indoors, like wrestling probably got hit pretty hard, right? So anyway, yeah, just spitballing there, but yeah, I'm from New England, and some people call me masshole. I'd rather have you break up with me in my face and tell me that I'm ugly than to not tell me why it didn't work out, because I'm a firm believer that problems are opportunities, and if we don't know what we did wrong, we can't fix it.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, again, were they not, wasn't there the ROI? Did they not care for the crowd? Did they not feel like they were represented well enough? I mean, there's so many questions for that exact reason. Like you said, you just want to know, hey, and is it something that's repairable? Or was it just like, yeah, like you said, we had money one year, the next year we didn't, so we're not throwing it at that, and therefore, I think thankfully, those are all questions you have to research, not me. I think one of the questions that a lot of people ask, and they ask me all the time, and I tell them I do not know. Is there anything you can share about roughly what the partnership levels are in terms of finances? And I'll say that specifically. We tout $302,000 being given away, and then you read everything from that's all from Barbasol all the way to no, they gave 10 grand and everything in between. And so that's why I ask of you, since you help, what can you share when somebody is a significant or a large sponsor for something like this? What can you share with the world?
Yeah. So if you guys have seen me on podcasts before, I am overly transparent. I love to share information. I love to share numbers. I think it really helps grow the sport for the next tournament director or the next business. Because if we don't have comps, we're just kind of swimming in this ocean of just uncertainty. For this deal specifically, I can't tell you exactly what it is, but it is certainly higher than 10,000 and lower than 302,000. So just so you know,
wow.
but the entire purse.
Okay, that's
somewhere in between
$290,000 of a gap. Okay.
Okay, significantly higher than 10,000. But the purse, by the way, the purse 302 is the total purse. The entry fees was, what is it, 48 players times 500. So I think we added 270 or something like that. The purse is subsidized across the board from a lot of different partnerships, like including, LL Bean came up big. Johnsonville had an increase in their spend. I always am. People always want to do more a la carte sponsorships at the Tour Championship. So there's some more special activations. We're allowed to have manufacturing partners on the course. So Prodigy, DD, and Discraft came up. So ticket sales did pretty well. We do the best we can to get to a point where, the tour isn't taking the hits. And Barbasol is certainly, of all those opportunities, by far that has the most impact on the bottom line. But I'm not here to tell you that it is exactly X dollars. But significantly more than 10.
I am here to at least ask that, only because everybody
else
wants to know.
I want to tell you. It's just I'm not in the position to tell you right now.
And if you can't tell us specifics like that, every once in a while, I still get a personal message from somebody asking, I don't know why they're still coming to me, but how can I advertise on the Pro Tour? And I always just point them to you. I'm like, I don't know. I don't deal with that crap anymore. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. What do you tell somebody that does that? What levels are there? I mean, do I pay per year? Do I pay per event? Is there, we've got banner ads, we've got sponsor activations that are call outs from our broadcasters. We've got just little bugs. We've got, year-long sponsors. Like what levels are there? And is there a general price point for those that you can share or no?
Yeah, no, that kind of stuff I can take a deep dive. So we have we had a 2022 partnership program where all our rates are on there. I sold like mostly digital advertising, email sponsorships, banner ads on a event discovery platform in San Francisco, and we also hosted our own events. So my background was pretty well fit to work for the tour, and all our prices are there. So I would say our minimum spend is usually $1,000, right? Just to get started. And then we have season-long partners that are pretty close to six figures. And then everyone is somewhere in between. The way I like to price things is based on a CPM basis, like cost per mil or cost to reach 1,000 individuals. And if you can Google all this, like, so a banner ad that you would see on a news site, you're going to pay $1 CPM because no one is going to click on it, right? So that's like the lowest. Whereas something like a 30-second ad on post-production, that's burnt in, that's unskippable, that's telling a story. 30 seconds is a long time. Like, people are making 5-second ads on YouTube now, right? It's so something like that will cost honestly up to like maybe over $2,000 if it's on Jomez, because you're going to reach 250,000 people, right? So the CPN on those two things is actually the same. It's just the reach is significantly higher. And our on-course assets start, I would say, as low as $5,000, and then this year go up to around 20 to 25,000. Like the trusts, whole sponsorships were priced at $20,000 this year. That included a tent, a table, a basket wrap, feather flags, and then now, like, so $20,000 might sound like a lot, but I haven't done like our annual viewership report for this year, but we're going to deliver 40 million views like for the season, with 30 events, including some of the majors. So it's like, is 20 grand a lot to see 40 million views? It's like, it's not. If you just Google a CPM calculator and dump those two numbers in, and you'll see it comes up pretty affordable. But I try to do, I don't have gold, silver, bronze packaging. That's not how I do business. We have a la carte options. I like to identify what a partner's goals are. Like, do you just want to sell disc golf boxes? Do you want to sell discs? Like, what kind of organization are you? Send them our deck, have them explore it, book a phone call or a video call with them, find out what their goals are, and then try to put together 2 or 3 packages. We always build in savings when you mix and match certain things. And try to over deliver on those and keep people spending. Hopefully they get ROI throughout the season. But again, sometimes I tell this to partners all the time, like, your sponsorship of the Disc Golf Pro Tour is not going to just have money walking in your business. Like, that's not how it works. We are a branding opportunity, right? And dumb marketing 101 is branding and performance, right? Like, we are the branding. You have to follow it up with your boosted Facebook posts, Instagram, Twitter. Like, you have to have that going. So, like, just because you put a sign on a Disc Golf Pro Tour course, and you can't just kick your heels back and expect the dollars to roll in. It has to be part of a robust marketing platform, which I'll always tell people. Like, I'm proud to tell people, you have a $300 budget. Do not spend that with us. Like, that is, like, what you need to do is go get more followers on your Facebook page. Go buy them. Mm-hmm. Like, and then put a post out there that says 20% off with this. Make sure it's trackable, and then spend $20 a day and see where that takes you. Like, sorry, I know I just went on and rambled on for a long time.
I love that. I love hearing that. So
yeah, and advertising at that degree to that level isn't for everybody. And you have to know where you are and what you're trying to accomplish, and you have to be realistic with that in the first place. And I think one of the most important things you said is, just because you put up an ad doesn't mean you just put your feet up on the desk and just wait for countless sales to come rolling in. And I think a lot of people kind of feel that way. Well, I didn't see a lot of sales, based on, all this money I spent with you. It's like, well, yeah, you didn't do any of the other 9 things you should have done to take full advantage of this opportunity. It's not just as easy as, setting up one ad.
Well, and you have to beat people into submission. Like, I think a potential customer has to see your brand like 7 times before they even recognize what it is. Like, it's not just this. It's not just throw money at the Pro Tour and again let the money come in. It's hopefully we are one integral part of a holistic marketing plan.
Yeah. Well, before I get to my next question, I something just popped up. Somebody said Sunstein. I have somebody that needs to talk to Sunstein. A, you're gonna have to tell me who they talk to, and then B, do I get like an inner commission for like helping connect A with B?
Okay, I know you're joking, but
No, I'm kind of not.
no, I get it. Steve Abreu is a partner at Sunstein. He is a disc golfer
Okay.
that lives in Massachusetts. They actually sponsor locally in New England.
Mm-hmm.
He actually he approached us last year. It's been a fantastic partnership. They renewed. He also represents a couple other disc golf businesses. So just reach out to Steven at Sunstein directly. I know you can do it through their sites. It's pretty easy to find. And then anyone out there, I said this to my friends, like I will pay you a spiff or a bonus of I can't say what the percentage is. Depends on the nature of the lead. If someone like works at Nike, and everyone always says Nike and Coca-Cola, or Sierra Nevada or Founders, and says like, I think that sponsoring the disc golf tour is a good fit for a business, I will pay that person a percentage of my commission. Like lead generation is crucial. It's like I don't like cold calling anyone. I want it to always be warm. I always want it to be a referral. So again, if anyone's out there in the world that works for an organization that thinks it should be a good fit for disc golf, please hit me up, including
their
you.
Uncle owns the company, or their uncle owns the company, and yeah, exactly. No, those are
that's
always,
how Furman came into. Furman was a sponsor of the USDDC this year. Their generator, they make generators, and guy that works in operations in Charlotte called Jonathan Poole and wanted to sponsor the USDDC, and now they supported the tour at the Tour Championship this year. Like we need generators as a sport. Like every. Go on, Terry.
I was just gonna say I can't. I was just gonna say I cannot emphasize that enough. And now, we, as Johnny mentioned, we've always said, oh, we just need the right kid or the right person to know someone who knows someone. And now we have so many more people golfing in general that our opportunities and that possibility has, multiplied 100-fold in the last 10 years, just because there's so many more people that it's almost inevitable, that one kid of a CEO at a large company or a medium-sized company is going to say, oh, Dad, I play this. Mom, I play this. And they're like, heck yeah, oh, my kid likes this. Yeah, let's get into it. So it's funny how that's becoming more and more of a reality. When is there a point of saturation as opposed to you saying no, we can find something clever, unique, or original for everybody? Or is there a point of like advertising saturation that you feel we could get to?
How many more ads can we squeeze into the live broadcast is what we're saying.
Yeah, I wasn't just, and it's funny, I wasn't even thinking the live broadcast. I'm thinking, course assets, activations, things of that nature. But is there a point of saturation that you don't want to get past?
I mean, I think Mahmoud and I have a healthy combative relationship.
Yeah.
Right? Like we're supposed to like I'm supposed to sell. It's my job to make money for the tour, right? Like it's literally like the first job I have. And he wants to do storytelling during the broadcast. And the issue that I run into is that, DGN is always better than yesterday, right? And this year, I think, we went from 20 to 40 staff members, and I think of that 20, at least 10 were for DGN. And like I think DGN is finally a very good product. Like it's really enjoyable to watch. But because we have more people, the drone, I think, is the MVP of the season. There's better players with better shots, and we have better talents inside the booth, in the control room, which leaves less time for advertising, right? So we've come up with a number of no more than 20 minutes of total in ads of 3.5 to 4 hours, which is still much less than television, except for like the Masters, and I hear that a lot. But they're subsidizing it, right? It's comes from somewhere. And then obviously, like we were pretty much sold out of on-course assets by like the second or third event. Like, and you look at a course like Nevin, it's even more constrained. So when that does happen, what do we have to do is like we have to raise our prices, right? It's just it's simple economics. So I don't want to have a significant increase going into next year, but when you have 15 people that want to buy 9 hole sponsorships, it just means that the price will go up. And plus, honestly, like the number of ops guys we have now used to be like 1, and now it's 4. And the man hours to set up a trust and whole sponsorships and the gas and the fuel to transport them is significant. So we're going to have to tear apart. One of the things the agency will help us with actually is evaluating our property, both digital and on site. And I think there's a lot of other, I want to find, my goal for 23 is to identify partners that can help us curate and make the spectator experience better, right? So whether it's, like, I thought the Johnsonville sausage starters tunnel at the Pro Tour Championship this year was
Brat
really
House, the meat house, as
yes,
we called it.
Yes, I thought
we need
that
a
was
smoke
really
machine
cool
in there, by the way. Next year, smoke machine. Make it
Yeah,
look
like with
NFL.
a barbecue like flavoring to it. Like it's
smell
got
you
to
can
like
add.
run the
Mesquite
smoke machine, but then add
Mesquite smoke
a
machine.
little. Yeah, add a little.
Well, but imagine we
yeah,
had something like
into it.
that guided you into the vendor village, right? It just increased, and then imagine we have like either a generator company or a battery pack company that created viewing lounges that you could plug in while you're there. This water cooler sponsors. Like if you go to like any festival, there's lots of different ways to actually have sponsors be activated in a way that increases the experience for the spectators. That's like, those are the kind of things I want to really dial in this year. So that way it helps us manage the people on the course while providing exposure for the brand, and we get paid. Like that's if I can get those 3 things done at once, it's a home run.
So, answer me this: is it a tough sale for you personally to go to someone and say, "Hey, ABC company, we'd love for you to be a sponsor this year, and what you're going to do is you're going to sponsor the porta potties at every stop this year, like porta potties sponsored by, provided by, whatever." Are there certain assets that are just that much less appealing to try and pitch or promote, or does it not really matter? Like there's a sponsorship opportunity for everybody, including the porta potties. Is that tough for you?
That's a really good question, and I think the solve for that is I want to get 2 mega banner sponsors next year. So banners that are 10 feet tall by 30 feet wide, that they don't have to sponsor the porta potties. It just becomes this giant sign on the course that provides not shelter, but it blocks the vision of a porta potty, any sort of industrial equipment on the course, generators. Like I don't think it actually has. Like, listen, I would love United to sponsor the porta potties, but that's their business. They don't need us to. They don't need to do that. But I think we can. I've seen porta potties enough on coverage where I'm like, man, it'd be really cool if that just said MVP, right? And it was just this giant banner. So I think that's what I want to move to next year. It's something that's really lightweight. Those banners don't cost that much money. You can set them up pretty easily, and it would be just this. Like I was inspired by looking at. I watch a lot of the PGA Tour. They have like hashtag FedEx Cup written in like 20-foot tall letters on one of their fairways, and I was like, wow, we can do the same thing. And we could also use it to, again, block an eyesore, whether that's traffic, utility box, porta potties is the number one thing that people are concerned about. And I think that's something I want to offer next year is like at least 2 of those things, because they don't take a lot of space in a trailer either. It's not like the Zuka Trust takes up a lot of space. You know what I mean? It's like it's a lot of moving parts, but this would not.
Viewable from the drone. Honestly, that's kind of the whole.
Oh man, the bocce courts that were at Nevin. I'm not sure when you guys were when they were flying the drone over Tournament Central.
Oh, those were bocce, not horseshoe. Because I made a horseshoe
they had
joke.
both. They had both, but the bocce courts are the ones that were like really close to everything. I was like, my God, we should be writing something on that. That should say Disc Golf Pro Tour, or I could be selling that. But the drone is definitely something now that we can start doing flat sponsorships in the ground, or start putting shelters up that have sponsorship on top. And that's just a new opportunity I never even thought of until the drone is becoming, not to overuse this word, endemic to our broadcasts.
It is our safety zone, honestly. That's how we treat it. We treat it where, hey, crap, normally we're pretty good at moving our cameramen around, but there are times when it's like, oh, we've got to move somebody. We have to move everybody. Let's go to the drone. The players are walking. Yep. We don't need to take a commercial break. we'll go to the drone while Terry's talking to the on-course commentator. We'll put a little graphic up there like, hey, or the can of current conditions and things like that.
Yep.
So
it's I'm a big
definitely-
fan of that this year.
Yeah,
And the way you guys were able to use the drone to not just do scenics, but to actually record shots. Like the shot of Simon throwing hole 5 at Maple Hill this year, where it was a cam out of his hand, drone cam on the lake, catch cam coming in was artistry. It was like I had never seen that before, and then I saw a drone shot. I don't remember what tournament it was, but you could actually see the disc helix. And I don't think a lot of people know that frisbees fly like that, right? So it's like if you can see the disc, making that beautiful pattern, that doesn't come through unless you're on top of the flight. So I'd love to see more of that next year. And I want to get a drone sponsor next year. Like LL Bean should have their logo bug up every single time the drone is flying. I think that's a really good fit.
That's a pain in the ass.
Sorry.
But okay. We can do it. Actually, we can do it.
Technically,
Yeah,
it's pain in the ass.
Care
No,
about being?
It's actually not.
I know you said it about Mo, but like in general, how much do you care about being a pain in the ass to the rest of us?
No, I
You're selling
honestly,
stuff, and everybody's got to like then fulfill what you've either sold or pitched or promised.
I always vet everything. And I had a short stint in my 20s where I worked. But my mood tells you what to do.
Well, okay, yeah,
Hey Terry, make a bad dad joke, please.
yeah.
What were you saying? A stint in your
so-
20s for what? Doing what?
No, I did a stint in my 20s where I worked in IT. And I specifically remember sales guys overpromising what the IT department could do. Like that's just so common. Yeah, we could do that. So it's not lost on me. I always consider it some of the activations that people bring are just ridiculous. But sometimes the most ridiculous things are the ones that catch fire. Hooligan discs.
Okay, let's go there. Yep.
Well, it is. It's like stupid marketing sometimes is the best marketing, right? And not to say that the yeet is stupid, but it just is this crazy word, and then you guys adopted it. So it caught fire. All of a sudden, there's memes on Disc Golf Debate Group or Dixon's channel, and you guys have fun with it. So, but again, I don't ever sell anything until we talk about it as a team, especially if it's something unique like that. It's something I vet absolutely during like the director call, or maybe even all team call if it's something that's truly different. Like the close shave replay moment, they brought that to us because they've done that in baseball and a couple other sports. I slacked my mood about that. That was an instant yes. He's like, hard yes, let's do it because it makes the broadcast better. Like that's a simple one. But
yeah, I thought we used it
and
really
we work
well.
on them.
I mean,
Yes.
it fits our sport, especially in a wooded course. I mean, we can, or a basket run on an ace run that's a close shave, or things like that. So did you hear back from Barbasol? Did anyone from their thing watch? They watched the broadcast. They enjoyed it. They liked it. What we did, like, or
I was communicating with them throughout the entire tournament, sending them some media. We had an open channel. Like I sent them, I think 10 free subscriptions to DGN so they could check it out. Sent them a care package of discs and shirts. Their marketing director emailed me yesterday morning and said that we kicked ass. We did a great job. He would appreciate if I didn't throw shaving cream into the crowd next time. That was a little dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, they could explode if something happened.
You shouldn't throw metal
or
things
they
at
hurt
people.
because they're kind of heavy.
Yes.
You could hit somebody in the head. I was just thinking
Next
when
time I'll just hand them to people. It's very
I was
simple
watching
fix.
that and I was thinking, is everyone just gonna like shake those up and spray them? Is that the goal? Are we handing out a product for someone to use? Or are we handing out like a confetti for the winner? Like I was fully expecting when whoever tapped in, just shaving cream everywhere.
We talked about that for sure. Should we just bathe the winner in shaving cream? But you still have to protect the sanctity of the competition.
Yeah.
And if someone like Gannon wants to like ham it up and put shaving cream on his face, or the booth wants to, that's one thing. But I still think we're professional sporting events, and I think champagne is socially accepted to celebrate, right? Shaving cream really is not. But again, if someone wants to do it on their own, have at it.
Which is funny because shaving cream is used like if you watch baseball a lot.
Yeah, the pies.
It has been a tradition for the longest time with pies and things like that.
Rookie home runs, walk-off home runs, right?
Yep. Yeah, or even pranks in the dugout. You'll see guys mess around shaving cream, they'll make them sit on it or something like that. Like that's a kind of a time-honored tradition with shaving cream, which is really funny.
But
so
you don't see it like the guy that gets the MVP of the World Series.
No.
Right?
No. Probably not.
Did they or did they not get back to you with a few of the taglines that I was just kind of testing out there? The hashtag put it on your face.
That was the control room.
Do they want to talk to me about that?
Had a lot of them. Some of them are not appropriate to talk out loud, but the put it on your face one was, I think that came right from the control room.
Yeah. How's that testing? How's that trending?
I'm in contact with several different marketing agencies, and they're building they're building the test audience right now.
Perfect. Good. Because then I'm going to talk to Sunstein. I'm going to make sure I get that trademarked or copywritten or whatever I got to do. I'll talk to them and then put it on your face. It's going to be the one that we go with, whether they like it or not. So let's real quickly, though, in a semi-serious capacity, people got so bent out of shape. There's probably people that love us that are on the board that still got bent out of shape. The whole yeet, me mentioning the yeet or us like going all in on that. And inevitably, as much as people want to like scream at me, like, you stupid idiot boomer, blah, 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 like, shut up. It's so cringe. We hate you. Like, we hate your fat face because you yeet. Like, we got to a point where I think most people understand it's part of an ad. Somebody sent me a message this weekend, will you please stop with the yeet? It's so ridiculous. And I'm like, cool, no problem. Just send me a check for, to replace their advertising. Yeah. Like, what do you, and yet here we are weekend after weekend. People are, then mentioning yeet.
Memeing.
They're getting so much earned media out of this. It's crazy, right? Like,
is that the official, like, all presses, even bad press is good press kind of like mentality? Like,
yeah, I'm a P.T. Barnum fan, man.
Like, anyone? And
all
do
press
I have
is
to
good
keep
press.
Saying it because people hate me. People are hating on me personally for this, though.
I'm sorry? ? But at the same time, like, I understand where people are coming from, but like, I love when people complain about something loudly on the internet that they don't like because they are saying the name of the brand or the products. It's like, until you become a $1 billion company, almost all press is good. Like, that's P.T. Barnum's slogan. And then I forget the other one that said, like, I'm going to look it up while I'm here. But regarding the yeet, it's like the guy that owns Hooligan Disc came up with that. It caught fire. It reminded me of, do you remember the Pro Pool commercial at the ESPN2?
Yes.
In 2021? It was David Feldberg and saying, hey, I can throw, and like, it got like what's it called? A Razzie? Is that like the worst of the? It got like the worst commercial award, but because of that, people talked about it, and the guy sold out of his inventory twofold. Like, it was so. I understand why people think it's kind of silly, but like, they pay a significant, like, those special activations are not cheap. We price them out like at $15,000 for the year, so it's basically $1,000 a tournament. So like, each read, costs hundreds of dollars, and I'm sorry, but I'm not that it's caught fire, because that's kind of the whole point. So thanks.
I know, and I'm obviously only like half serious here. It's just it's amazing the amount of people. It's fine they get worked up, but these people that then, because I'm already kind of synonymous with a few like dad jokes and terrible puns, people like just really want to just ride me hard that I'm saying this, and they think I'm saying it with not necessarily not seriousness, but just it's, yeah, as someone said. It's emotional damage I'm taking here week in and week out.
Are you going to be okay?
I think so, only because I have very thick skin. I'm a little overweight and I have thick skin, and I like to bite back at dickheads on the internet. But it's
how do you really feel?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's just, I wish people would understand. And again, as we were all saying, they're making it quote unquote worse. They continue to talk about it
Better?
because 4 hours after the broadcast, they go out to a message board and be like, "Man, I really hate this yeet," and then they talk about it for 50 posts. And it's like,
there's another
really?
quote that says,
Okay, well,
"Advertising is what you pay. Advertising is what you pay for. Publicity is what you pray for." Right?
Yeah.
And
That's all
they're literally
publicity.
fulfilling that.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's exactly what they're doing.
Yep.
And I mean, and we all know, Terry, you and I, and probably Sean, that's a term that's not in our vocabulary until this. None of us are saying that term in the way that the kids said it a couple years ago or whatever it was.
mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's the cost of advertising. Like,
Well, and that's why people are so bent out of shape, is
Well,
because it's
whatever.
out of our age group and that it's a couple years old. But it's clearly working for Hooligan, which it does matter to me. I'm glad that it is working for them.
I hope they sold a bunch, and I hope you get a free yeet out of it, Terry. Because I think Ian,
Yeah.
I think Ian got one. I think they sent Ian a yeet. So
He did.
What?
make sure. Yeah, I'm fairly certain Ian got
Man,
a yeet. So you
I
better reach out to him.
have
Ian's
not been
Ian's
paid
good
off
at
in
getting
special-
free stuff.
Yeah,
Ian got like
Ian-
a free.
Yeah,
He's good
Ian-
at it. Ian's
he
got
is-
free Zuka cards.
He got a free
Oh,
Zuka card.
man, I'm doing this wrong. Gosh.
He got free mortgage from Guaranteed Rate last year.
Got a free house. Worked out great.
No, I know Ian. He didn't get no free mortgage. He lives in San Diego. Can't afford that.
All right, so I need to step it up. All right,
Johnsonville's right
I-
up the road. They could just drive
Yeah.
me something.
yeah, literally.
So
just a few.
one
they're-
thing, so I got to
yeah,
tell you a
they're
funny
close to
story.
us.
They have something called a sausage cannon, and
Yeah, they do.
that's what it is. And it's I guess it's in
Right.
I guess it's actually like a real cannon that weighs 1,000 pounds, and they want to bring it out to one of our tournaments to like start the first hole, and I think that would be pretty fun.
That would be a blast. I wonder
Silly
how-
but fun.
How loud is that? Like, do you have to start the event?
Cannon
with that?
loud.
Cannon, like, because if we did the lead card with that,
Oh shoot, we'd be disrupting someone's
the
backswing.
entire
right?
course. I think what you do is you start the tournament with it. We record it
and you
then-
film it.
and
Yeah,
film it, and then we play it
yes.
back later for sure. Like,
Thank you
here's
for
the
saying that.
Johnsonville sausage cannon.
Yeah, that's what it has to be.
That
Although
was Terry's
I'd love to
nickname in
see the hype.
college too. So
Yeah, that's what they called me, the sausage. I was thinking when you were talking about the Barbasol and handing those out, like, yeah, just like a T-shirt, like slide that into a cannon and just shoot them out. That'll go over real well with the Barbasol cans and throwing them at people. Yeah, it's been a wild year, and it's funny how worked up or not some people get with these various activations and reads and then just kind of the things that are a little bit more subtle on the course. And I guess the question for that would be, are you anticipating that it just being shown on the broadcast at some capacity when somebody's tapping out a hole 8 and it happened to have a certain wrap or it had a a mini pedestal or whatever on it, podium? We need better naming for that, the official naming. Those are more subtle and just, I don't want to say discreet, but subtle. That all goes into the overall cost and then what's essentially promised and delivered, right?
Yeah, again, like I try to price everything based upon what it's going to deliver for the amount of views that we have, and so like I know how we've grown. And so regarding the baskets, I think the baskets actually were underpriced, and I'm sure all the people listening that bought one will be disappointed. But the basket is the only guaranteed impression, right?
Yeah,
Guaranteed. Like you have
gotta
to
see it
every single time. So like the basket wraps are super high value. The pole wraps, the elevated basket is probably besides the Zuka Trust because it's so grand. It's something that people always see. The T walls and the feather flags, they're oftentimes on camera with a reaction cam or A cam or B cam, but it's not the same thing as like a flat, Johnsonville sign on the basket that's always going to be captured. And plus, when we get earned media opportunities like Aces on ESPN, that's when you get the publicity, right? And not just the advertising. So I have to take that into account, figure what kind of, I imagined, I think the sport of disc golf probably was flat this year overall, like at the manufacturing and retail level, but we were not. Like, I think we're converting some of those people that started playing in 2020, 2021, And I would expect us to grow again next year. And as a result, our views should go up, and I should price.
We have to ask about next year and outside sponsors. Do you have any big leads coming up? I mean, are we going to see any new big sponsors next year? Or we have Barbasol. I mean, they're not a new sponsor anymore. Sorry. They're old hat now. I hope they become a season-long sponsor.
They're like 100 years old, bro.
I mean, I hope they become a season-long sponsor, and at some point, Gannon Bird will learn how to shave, but
or need to,
yeah. Do you have irons in the fire?
I will say I have categories that I'm targeting. Okay. I definitely want, and I think the agency will help us out, but I think we're at the point now where we're getting enough spectators, and the tour itself is this monster on the road that we need a hotel partner group, like 100%, whether that's Marriott's or I can't think of, is IHC, is Holiday Inn's International Hotel. IHG. We need one of those companies to be a sponsor of the tour. It's just such a good fit. We can drive all our spectators to stay at their hotel. So that's why we need a group and not just one. I definitely want someone in the beverage space. I would love to have an auto company to join the tour. I think we can always have a hole-in-one with a cart. this is a very classic golf tournament. Have the car parked to a certain tee pad. Most of those sponsorships I see in disc golf are now usually, Joe Manchin's Toyota. It's always local, but not national. And I imagine what UC did with Ford this year was probably a national sponsorship, because it was so robust with them, changing the colorways of the tee and everything. So I would say those categories. I'd love to get someone in like the snack or candy space. I think that just makes sense for us. But no, a specific company that I'm going after,
or that I've said that you've had interest in that is already
that have had
shown
traction.
Interest. Yeah.
Jeff will probably be upset. Like, I'm so busy maintaining the business that we have that I don't have much time to do creative work. Right? Yeah. Like, it's just like every employee on the tour. I mean, we've gone from 2 to 6 to 20 to 40 employees in the last 4 years, and that creates we have a little bit of organized chaos, and I think we've done a really good job in maintaining our growth. But like I can barely keep up just signing and managing, invoicing, curating, scheduling all the clients that we have. But we definitely need to explore other opportunities outside the sports. Like Brody said something that was really poignant either last year or the year before. He's like, someone said, why is there not more large outside the sport sponsors? And he said that you have to make it worth their while. Like, they don't want to spend 10 grand, they want to spend 100 or $1 million, and we simply don't have the viewership to attract. Like one of the I was on Smashbox 17, 18, and Johnny, you asked me what does it take for us to get big sponsors, and I said that our viewership is missing a 0, and we have gotten that 0. I still think we need another one to grow into Fortune 50 companies, sure, right? Like sponsors of the PGA Tour, simply because, our events aggregate now are delivering. Silver Series is usually like 750,000 views. This is total. And the large 4-day tournaments are delivering usually over 2 million views. That's really good, but it's not 35 million on Sunday Night Football, right? Like, it's a big difference. So I think we just keep doing what we're doing. Those opportunities will come to us, and we'll also aggressively go after them now that we're building out a sales team. And I think especially because we're now bringing on thousands of people on sites, I'm really excited to see like what kind of brands that you guys have been to festivals or you go to the mall and you just see a car there, and it's simply just a matter of math. Like they're just, oh, how many eyeballs is this billboard going to get? And now that we're bringing in 1, 2, sometimes 3,000 spectators, we'll start seeing a lot more like on-site activations at our vendor village, not just even on the course, simply because of foot traffic.
Do you feel like...
Go ahead, Tara.
I was just going to say, do you feel like we're at all handcuffed by the fact that you can only get so many on-site people, only so many on-site spectators to our tournaments? I mean, let's just face it. Like, for instance, we could not get 10,000 paid viewers or paid spectators, paying spectators at most of our events. They just physically wouldn't fit and navigate appropriately at most of our venues. Are we worried about that yet or no?
Yeah, that's a great question, and like a whole topic for another show is like people complain anytime we're on a golf course, right? Because it's boring and everyone wants to play in the woods. And then our tour championship, our crowning event, is in a beautiful cathedral of a wooded course, and yet we probably didn't deliver the best spectator experience of the year versus the Portland Open, right? Which was arguably the best. And a course like Glendoveer or our tournament at Swenson and Stockton, we could easily do 5,000, if not 10,000 spectators. So like, where do we uncover? Like, I was listening to the guys from GKPro before, and listen to what Philip's doing. I think the next step, and people have talked about this, is for the tour or a private investor to develop their own property, right? And that's the best of both worlds. My coworker Seth had a really cool idea implementing like catwalks or suspension bridges on. Imagine you could be on a suspension bridge watching an event. I know there's a course in Illinois that was on Silver Series last year. Remind me of it, close to Chicago, that has like
Elwood.
Yeah. So imagine we could, actually build like bridges or terraced areas behind tees or baskets. And granted, this is going to take a lot of capital, but I think that's the next evolution, is that it's like a combination of Fox Run plus Brewster Ridge in one course that has areas where hundreds of people can watch tees, baskets, or multiple tees and baskets because it's elevated. It's weird. Like, besides like hole 8 at Maple, there's not many other holes on tour where people park themselves all day long. Like, it's just not PGA Tour. That's what people do. They just sit on hole 6 because there are grandstands and there's a bar there. And we don't. A hole 7 at USDDC did a good job of that this year, where they had those 2 like luxury boxes.
Yeah.
But that hole is also a gimmick, but it's super fun to watch, right? So it's like, I think no one has solved for this yet. It sounds like Philip and Eagles Crossing is working towards it. We are acutely aware of we need the amenities of a golf course, the space of a golf course, yet preserve, the foundation of our sport, which is so much fun to play in a wooded area. And I don't think there's a property yet that does everything yet. And it's just going to take money and resources.
No, it's so difficult to balance the two. And even within our chat, within minutes, you're going to see plenty of people that vehemently are like, yeah, I don't want to be on a golf course. I don't care. It's wide open hyzers. It sucks and it's boring.
No, it's not. Okay, hold on. I'm going to yell about this. If you design the golf course the right way. Okay, so, and I'm not watching comments now.
No, you shouldn't.
So Stockton and Glendoveer are not wide open hyzers. Like, they're actually, like, I was thinking about this. There's actually very few shots on those 2 courses where you get to see the player just unleash the drive. Like Maple Hill hole 1. No one ever talks about that hole. Or hole 11. Like, that's a wide open shot. When you are on golf courses, you can see the shot better than you can when you're at Nevin. At Nevin, I was following with like the catch cam. You just see the disc coming around the corner. So I'm sorry, like, the spectator experience is better at a golf course if you get a good designer to make the track interesting and fun. I would love if Nevin had carved out spectator areas and everyone could see. Like, yes, that would be the best. But it doesn't have parking for thousands of cars. It doesn't have like Glendoveer has a world-class restaurant and brewery on site. Like, there are amenities that like our sport just does not have yet at our traditional old school golf courses. I run the Pro Tour event in California. I've had people like scream at me that it's not at De La or some other course that if you know a course that can fit a Pro Tour event in Northern California, let me know. Like, I would love to go there. For now, it's this blank canvas of a property that we've designed as such, and it works really well for both spectators on site and online. I understand the sentiment. I love disc golf. My home course is Golden Gate Park, which is heavily wooded. That's what I want to play myself. But when you want to bring on thousands of spectators for them to be able to see, it's right now, oftentimes the best solution is a golf course. I know it's not a great fit, and we're working towards honestly building it ourselves, so that way it is the best of both worlds.
Yeah, that's
that
as Terry just posted in the board. Someone was saying like, well, maybe the DGPT needs to buy their own land, and as Sean said, that's been looked at for 2 years now at least.
We're not trying to do that.
Yeah,
Like, it's,
I mean that's not a super secret, but it's it hasn't been super public either. But it makes the most sense. I mean, why not have why not have a space for the off season where you can store all your equipment? That's has great amenities, an awesome course. That's maybe somewhere in the southeast, kind of near where the tour finale ends. You've got a lot of great land down there. A lot of that.
It's not super expensive.
It's not super expensive.
Tepid climates.
Yep. All of that makes a lot of sense. It's just finding the right property and then you can build it out and you can wire it and we can do everything we've always dreamed about and whatnot. Real quick about advertising. Have you guys looked at advertising the Pro Tour and disc golf outside of our sport? No, someone mentioned putting us on esports. Like, hey, you like esports? Maybe you'll like disc golf as well. Here's the DGN or anything like that. Has anything like that been broached?
Yeah. I would. I'm sales. This is a marketing question.
Yeah.
But I definitely dip my toe into both, and I would urge you guys to have our marketing director Baker on the show. He's hyper intelligent, super high IQ, and can answer these kind of questions. Like we are certainly considering it. Like, we obviously do digital now, right? We don't just target inside the sport. We're using, we're doing AdSense, and we do like lookalike audiences on social, so it's not just the disc golf demographic. We've explored advertising on billboards on highways close to our tournaments. I've actually never thought about cross-promotional opportunities with someone like esports, but I would love to see if it could work, especially if we could do a trade, right? Like, I love trading. Oftentimes we do ads for the disc golf manufacturers, and they give us discs instead of cash, and that's like a win-win because it costs them less and we sell it for more. So I would love to do like a trade for advertising. We did an activation at the Portland Open. I'd love to see some disc golf content inside a game. That would be kind of cool. So thank you for that idea. But right now, not specifically, but I think we definitely need to outgrow the audience. Although, Jeff, I think he recently said that, we're over 40,000 subs on DGN. Yep. Jomez has 400,000 subscribers. So we're 10% of their audience. So there's still a lot of room to grow.
That's kind of a bullshit number though, because Jomez has 3,000 paying subscribers. We have 40,000 paying subscribers. I would take one paying subscriber over 400 free subscribers. Because it's the iPhone
but I'm just
versus
saying,
Android model. Everybody knows that
we have 360,000 people that are not DGN subs that we can convert that are Jomez subs, right? So we can.
Yes.
There's still a lot of work for us to get people to. We have to keep doing storytelling.
Yes.
Keep convincing Joe Disc Golfer that he likes Eagle versus Simon, and it takes a long time. I mean, this is our 7th year, right? And I think it's finally sticking. And you can't invent history. You have to slog through it. And I would love to see our marketing department, especially for our events, like outgrow just doing targeted Facebook ads. Because I think when people if you go to a disc golf tournament and it's well run, it's super fun. Like, if you can get your local craft beer and a corn dog and you can see the course, I think it's fun for like all ages.
Yeah. I went to USW DGC with my daughter. Had a blast.
Oh, cool.
Those
courses looked really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Madison courses, so I knew them inside and out. But it was a good time. Right. Like, I do wish that there was more like food vendors and things like that, because there was nothing on site for that particular event, and I think we're getting there. These other events need to kind of catch up with what
that's like
Pro Tour is doing.
I think that the tour can help by having like a kit for every TD, but most of that stuff is usually like what kind of relationships does the TD have locally? You know, is his buddy? Oftentimes, it's because his buddy owns the brewery or owns the food truck. But yeah, I think most tournaments should be a celebration of like local culture, and I'd love to see like, you know, pairing a beer festival, a food festival with a tournament at the same time on the same place, and bringing in people to going, holy smokes, you know, here's this guy just threw a 650-foot roller. Like, I've never seen that before. And I just came here because I like the taco truck, right? We can work on stuff like that.
Yeah, it's great.
Sean, just as I asked the other group, and I feel like I generally try to ask this question literally of every guest, regardless of what the position is.
You ask every person.
Because I think it's a great way to politely give you a platform to speak without sounding like you're ranting. So my question
I've done a lot of ranting already.
No. But
barely.
My question is there any is there anything you would love to address or clarify, or the dumbest thing you've heard, read, or seen that's just completely inaccurate that you would love to dispel or correct or update or address with anyone? Is there just, and there's probably dozens, but is there anything that like jumps off the page at you of like, man, I see this comment every single weekend and it's so inaccurate, so let me set the record straight? Like, I'm lobbing up the floor for that. It is one of my favorite things to do, because I hate people that are stupid.
I mean, GKPro just said the same thing, so I apologize that I am regurgitating that the Disc Golf Network is too expensive and we are just hoarding all the money. That is not true. We are continuously investing back into the products by hiring more people, buying better technology, investing into the studio, paying the talents, you know, much higher rates than we did historically.
I mean, Nate and Val got a pizza when they first started.
Right. That's what
Steve
I'm talking about.
Literally delivered
and I got
pizza
fired.
Delivered.
So there was that.
Yeah, me too. But
oh, I forgot. That's why I'm here, Terry.
That's why you're here. I thought you were gonna fire.
I have something uncomfortable I want to talk to you about.
Okay,
but just
we're gonna be moving on.
I'll be back.
Let me get another founder sponsored beverage.
Yes, exactly. I would just say that, like, yeah, I know it's like, I don't think it's expensive. It's what's $5.99 with PDGA per month.
And if you hate the PDGA or have a big problem with them, which some people do,
I get that.
$11.99.
$11.99. Yeah. So people are gonna say, you know, Netflix is what, $15.99 now, I think, after the recent price increase. It's so yes, we do not have an infinite amount of contents similarly that Netflix has. Like, so yeah, I get that that's a different price, but that is apples and oranges. And the cost, we are cheaper than a disc, right, per month.
Yeah.
So the infinite content argument always bothers me, because I think, how much of that infinite content can you watch?
Right.
Like, how much Netflix are you watching a month? If you sat down, what, an hour a night, every weeknight, if you're watching 20 hours a week. We do that in a weekend if you want to sit down and watch.
Oh no, I bet our diehard, like, our audience probably watches more DGN than Netflix.
100%. Because, like,
like our average view time is super high. It's like almost 50 minutes. Which if you told, like, that's where I want to talk to, like, people in digital marketing. Like, that is an insane number. Like,
it is
almost an hour that you're keeping people, and our completion rate is super high. It's like, these are like drooling numbers for marketers, especially if you're looking to target a young male audience, right? We're obviously not a good fit for like Dove skincare right now, but if you're trying to sell products to 28-year-old guys, like, we're a really good fit. So, and the other thing is, and listen, I love post-production, I watch it often, but when people say they don't get DGN because they don't have 4 hours to watch around, this is where I want to throw the laptop out of the window. When's the last time you watched the entire football game or the entire baseball game or the entire golf, especially an entire golf tournament? Never. Like, very rarely. You come in and you watch holes 13 through 18, or you watch holes 1 through 7. You go play disc golf. You come home and you watch holes 17 and 18. Like, besides like basketball, like, I don't know many people that like sit down and carve out 4 hours of their day to watch an entire sporting event. You watch a little bit. Granted, obviously players are different. It's an immersive experience. But I don't like, you do not need to watch the entire round to make Disc Golf Network worth it. Like it, like how is watching Jomas?
Yeah. I watch one football game a week usually. I watch whatever, I watch the Packer game, assuming I can watch it. And that's 3 hours.
Right.
That's what I get.
Well, and my rebuttal to that too also though is people say I don't have 4 hours. First of all, it's not really 4 hours. Like if you want to just come in when the lead card tees and you want to be done when the lead card's done, it's not going to be a full 4 hours. I promise you.
There's a fast forward button too.
There's a fast forward. There's all those options, but it won't be a full 4 hours. Secondly, you're going to see a ton of other shots from a ton of other cards that will, if there's a storyline within another card, you're going to get that. So you're not going to have to go necessarily watch an entire round on a gatekeeper or whoever is covering chase or third card. And then lastly, you keep saying 4 hours. It's probably more like 3, maybe 3.5. Some of these post-production rounds are getting pretty effing long. They're getting
48 minutes for 9 holes.
55 minutes for 9 holes. So let's just say this, 55 minutes times the front and the back, you're now watching for an hour and 50 minutes, but you're telling me 3 hours. That's absurd. That's just insane. I'm not watching 3 or 3.5 hours of golf, but an hour and 55 minutes, that's where I draw the line. Like the time thing to me also is just not a viable. And everyone's going to say, oh, because you're on live. I make live and I make post-production. Those are still holes in the arguments, in my opinion, because like I said, you're also probably getting a lot of other shots. And Johnny or Sean, I think we should make you do this. Go someone now today, go take a regular event, the MVP Open, and tell me how many shots we show, and then tell me how long that would take you to watch on other channels. Like the overall shots that we've given you from chase card, from third card, from lead card, plus maybe a few other highlight shots from other ones. We're giving you far more golf, like shots per minute than any other
well, in golf that makes sense.
You could watch.
You picked a good example. So Simon won from the chase card at MVP. So how was it watching Jomez that time? Right?
Yeah.
And
awkward.
Listen, I love Thomas Gilbert, but why are we watching Thomas Gilbert shoot over par at Maple Hill on Jomez? Like that doesn't happen in a golf tournament. If the lead group is over par through, you're done. You don't watch them anymore. Like we don't need every single shot of the lead card if the guys aren't playing well. It's
and we're exactly the lead card. We're getting better at being able to cut people out. It's difficult on the tee because you go back and forth, and then but we're getting better at it. I think I did sit and figure this out that on average depending on the course, we will show, I think it's 300 to 350 shots, particularly because each
really?
Yeah, you have a foursome. They're all shooting between 50 to 60 strokes. We're showing everyone on the lead card. Generally on the chase card, we're showing 1 to 2 players, and then we have a roaming camera that we show players on. So that's and you don't get to see all the shots, but I think I figured it was like 300 because I compared it at one point. I think I was talking to Todd Rainwater about it a year or so ago. There is a website out there that tells you how many shots the Masters, all the majors show, and the time it took. So you get like shots per minute. We were within decimal points of how many shots per minute we showed versus a standard major golf tournament. We were it was like a tenth of a 2 or 3/10 of a shot, quote unquote, per minute that we were
basically
showing.
The exact same.
It was very close. It was very, very
That's
close.
Awesome.
I think they showed a little bit more, and our broadcast was a little bit shorter or something. And it's kind of amazing how close we actually are as an analog to golf. But our shots are different. Some of them are quicker. That you count a tap in disc golf is 2 seconds. A tap in golf might be
1 minute.
12, 15, 20 seconds for a 2-foot tap in. So you take the analog with it, but it's interesting if you look at how many shots we're really showing And you're right. What I kind of got a chuckle about this past weekend with the tour finale, which we haven't even talked about, was it the second day or the third day? The Jomez card, not one person moved on. They had 4 people who didn't move on, and I was like, that kind of sucks. Like, you don't get anything other than, you know, you see these 4 people that don't matter at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what post-production. It's not Jomez particularly, because the same thing could happen to Gatekeeper or GK or whomever.
Sure.
It's just post-production in general. It's a great product, and I rarely watch any post-production. I rarely watch any recorded disc golf for that matter. But it's you can't get the full story, and a lot of people ask, why don't we, well, how come Jomez just doesn't cover the first 2 cards and mix it all together? And like, that's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more effort.
Oh my God, that would take that. I can't imagine they would be able to deliver the product. So yeah, I can't imagine they could get it out the next morning.
Yeah, it would be very, very well. I mean, they're pretty efficient. They would hire another person or something and find a way, but it would be very difficult. And honestly, then you're talking about cutting out a different production company, and then you're talking about not. And from your perspective, you're cutting out views when you start compressing cards. If GKPro is getting, or we'll use Gatekeeper because they usually cover the second card. If they're getting 20,000 views and Jomez is getting 250,000, well, suddenly Jomez probably isn't getting many more views versus what they already have. And now you just cut out 20,000 views. That's less impressions. That's less ad money. You're putting all your money, or you're putting all your eggs in one basket. It's a liability. So, but those are all extra.
Yeah.
That's all a bunch of extra.
And real quick, just for everyone out there, because there's a few people, I'm not again trying to make a pitch for live versus post. Enjoy one or both or neither, or whatever you want. I don't care. I'm just saying I feel like some of the old arguments are just that. They're old, they're outdated, they're a little bit out of touch from where we're really at these days as live continues to get better and better and better. I just wanted to clarify. So nobody's yelling at me saying, "Oh, I love post so much and you guys still suck at live." Whatever. I'm just
saying, I love post.
The gap continues to close every single weekend. That's all.
Yeah. I love post. I watch, I call it I watch the Patriots, Celtics, and Red Sox. I call it the Jomez the next day when I watch the 8 to 15 minute YouTube clip. I mean, it's not stylized with commentary, but that's honestly how I consume a lot of my professional sports now, is I try not to look at the score and just watch those highlight packages, which are now getting available within 1 to 2 hours after a game is over. I love those, especially if you don't get the local game, right? Like if it's just not on national TV. By the way, you also gave me an opportunity.
If it's big enough, you'll watch it live. I mean, when it gets to the playoffs, when it gets to the playoffs, when it gets to the Super Bowl, when it gets to the World Series, and if you're a big enough fan, you're gonna watch it live.
Yes, of course. But no, regular season week 3, Patriots Colts. I might not be able to watch it. I don't have the Sunday tickets, but I'll watch again the 15-minute clip that's available oftentimes Sunday night now, and I'll try not to check scores. So yeah, and plus I love the guys, and I think there's definitely a space for both. But it sure is nice to watch something live and not have to worry about embargoing social media for all day long.
Well, you were going to say something about just a couple seconds ago, and you cut yourself off. Do you remember?
No. Well, you said I wanted to give me an opportunity to clear something up, and I also wanted just to say thank you to you guys for allowing me to be here, and thank you to Disc Golf Network subscribers and fans of the Pro Tour and our sponsors, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. And I truly mean that. Like, I am living, this is a dream come true job for me. I put a lot of time in and worked for free for several years in pizza, like as you said, and I feel blessed to be in this position. And it's because of folks like yourself and the audience that is out there. And so I'm very, very thankful.
Are we going to have, this is maybe a little inside joke, we're going to have animated ads next year? Or are people paying extra for that?
Say more. What do you mean?
The DGA
Trigger
animated
warning.
ads?
Trigger warning.
Are we going to have those, or is Mo put kibosh on those?
Oh, with transparent backgrounds. I have to do some digging into that because you tell me it's not that big of a deal, and Mahmoud said I think they look. I thought that ad. I thought it was a disc that was literally rolling on the course the first time I saw it.
A few times I've noticed that. Don't listen. It's not that big of a deal. It's a little bit extra work for our graphics guy.
So yes,
but
I'll just charge more.
There you go. See, sorry, Tyler.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you see his banner ad this weekend? That was like an ad from 1990.
Yeah. Oh, that was his? I didn't even. I saw it.
Like
the old YouTube looking one. Yeah, with all the text on it. It looked like a banner. Yes. I should have figured that was DGA. I saw it and I didn't really read it. Yeah. I just chuckled at the idea of it. So, good job, Tyler.
Yeah, he's great.
Tyler's out on the board for all of us. I think that know. And Tyler wasn't. I was like trying to read that ad. I think because I don't get to hear any of the ads when they're played during the show, so I never hear what's actually being said during any commercials. So
interesting.
For years, this has been because we mute them. That's often when the commentators are talking to themselves or talking sometimes with production or with control room.
Okay.
So I don't hear any ads ever. But then I see the little ad that popped up and it was like all text. And I'm just like, is this like an error on one of the control room's computer screens? Like it was like, why is this showing up on screen? And apparently it was an ad. So Tyler, I'm not going to say you failed because you're listening and watching right now, but it was great. Keep up the good work. I loved it.
No,
anyway,
we don't let the commentators hear commercials, and we also cut out the extra music, which Charlie says he wants to hear the music, but we cut out that. So just we give him a very rough cut.
Yeah, Sean, when you getting back on the mic, you can take my job back over.
I did one.
Jonesboro.
Was it Jonesboro? You and
Corey?
Jonesboro.
Yeah, it was
Jonesboro.
It was in this one-bedroom apartment in San Francisco. Corey Morell and I did Jonesboro in 2018-ish.
The year I was fired, probably.
That was 19.
Because I produced that one, so I know we weren't fired at that point.
I don't know. I'm very much content where I am, and you guys do a really good job. I would like to see, like, honestly, the commentators sent to, like, I don't know if this exists, but broadcasting school seminar, or you guys go away for a week.
Terry Stops
do it.
Like, everyone can get better at everything, right?
Yeah.
And not to say that you're not, but like, whether it's like masterclass, either it's online or I think it'd be really good for team building if the 8 of you or 10 of you went to some hotel somewhere and we had people come in from the NYU Broadcasting School. There are absolutely like SOPs, best practices, tips and tricks that you guys can be doing to improve. And maybe that's something I have no idea. I'm just making this up that we can invest into.
Like
in
all
the
10 of us have said, let's do that. Like literally,
okay.
Everybody wants to do
almost every one of us has said, let's do that. Everyone I've talked to on the team that has any commentating role has said, yes, we need that.
Train
we need
me.
Some feedback. We need some tips. We need some official training. We'll all take it. Every single one of us has said that. And I'm right there on board with it. So, however it needs to happen, let's make it happen.
Well, this is what so when my coworkers say to me, you know what we should do? And I say, stop. You do
you know what you should do. Yeah.
Put a plan together. Like, we're a nimble company. Like, put a plan together, make a presentation. So I know that you're not an employee, but here's my challenge. Like, look it up. Like, I know this is probably Mahmoud's job or someone that works in the production team, but I'd love to see it. I think it would be, we're always trying to get better. Imagine by LVC next year, we have just a bit more of a polish and shine to the broadcast. That would be fantastic.
I wonder how
what am I Googling? Broadcast trainers?
Like, when you move from, let's say like a Tony Romo or a Greg Olson, when you go from the field 1 year to the booth the next year, that's a total of 6 months between. I want to know how they get trained up so fast. If they do,
I bet it's 40 hours a week, right?
You think so? You think they just like sit them down for a month or 2 months and just sit them down and be like, okay, here's
I mean, especially a retired athlete, it's probably easy for them, right? Because they're used to having like a very immersive experience where it's regulated, and from 7 to 10 you're going to be doing this, and from 10 to 12 you're going to be doing this.
Sure.
they're used to just like working really hard on one thing. There's got to be this, at least virtually. This is going to be something you guys could probably start tomorrow. But I also think it would be important to get you guys all in the same room with a presentation and doing testing and practicing and skits. I think that'd be super fun for you guys, especially just to build camaraderie and rapport.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, for what
it's late. It's like midnight for you guys.
Yeah, so.
Oh, that's early. It's time for another Founder's beverage. No. All right, Sean, is there anything else you do want to share with us? We do appreciate everything you've given us the insight to.
And everything you do for the tour.
I feel like these should be more regular, but yeah, anything you want to share with us?
No, we went into a lot. And hopefully I didn't overstep anything and make any mistakes. I'm sure I'll read about it on the internet tomorrow.
Sam chimed in. Good to see Sam. He's not normally out here, I don't think. He says talent coach is what we need, which, again, I think every one of us
our
has
Sam?
agreed upon.
Yeah, Sam Gaddis.
Yeah, our Sam. Our Sam.
Hey, listen.
Sam out on the board.
No. He's not Catch Cam Sam anymore. I'm sorry. He's now like production.
He's
the
director
Sam.
He's the Sam the man.
Yes.
He's Sam the man.
Sam the man.
Now we literally have Catch Bob and Catch Cam. So Cam is our catch.
We got all sorts of people.
But
Catch Cam.
Catch Cam.
Yeah.
Sam stepped in a couple weeks ago though. He's still got the touch.
Oh yeah.
I think those guys, as much as they love to not hold the camera, they also miss it sometimes, right? So it's really cool to see him, to slide into that role. But no, I'm good again. I just want to thank you guys for. I mean, I think this is your 425th show, some insane number.
We're halfway done.
You guys have been around for so long. Like it's like I was reading, Terry, you are such a hustler, and I say that with love and admiration, that you're talking about your C tier coming up in November in the comments while you're doing the interview with GKPro. Like that's that's crazy that you can do that. I'm doing my best to not look at my phone during this interview because I'm simply not smart enough to focus on something like this. So but again, so much love for you guys, for what you guys do. I hope you guys are an integral part of the team next year. Hope, just in case something. No, I'm just kidding. And thank you guys to the audience of, I don't know how many people are listening right now or watching, but
tens of thousands.
Yeah,
from Johnsonville.
Tens of thousands.
I'll get your impressions and charge you for it later. The DGN will get a bill.
$1 CPM. But yeah, again, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's been fun.
Now, seriously, we say it to a lot of our guests, but in all seriousness, if there's ever anything you have, initiative, a project, clarification, whatever the case might be, something cool that's going on, you're always welcome here. We'll take you anytime, and we appreciate. I think the world appreciates. There's clearly this whole like behind the scenes. Overall, like some say behind the scenes, some other people just say nosy and intrusive, whatever. It's all kind of the same, but people love hearing it. People love to know the background of what's going on. How do things come about? Usually you go to the internet, half cocked with lacking most information. So when you come here and you actually get like the nuts and bolts from the guy that's helping, drive that bus or steer that ship, I just think it's so valuable to everybody out there. So we really certainly appreciate all the insight here tonight. So
of course, make sure you check out On Tour if you want to get those kind of stories.
I'm excited. That's the next thing.
Six-part docuseries. I'm very excited for it. I've only seen like a couple clips, but
I'm going to tell you, I've got I think, a clever idea for some additional content. And I don't know if that goes really to you or Jamie or indirectly, maybe both of you.
Mostly Jamie,
but yeah. Help it or not, but I've got some ideas that, I don't know, I think are good. All right, pal.
Well, all right, on that note, I'm gonna let you guys go, but have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sean.
You so much. Have a good night. See you, Sean. All right, Sean Jack, Disc Golf Pro Tour, VP partnerships and arrangements and money getting person.
Yes, and he's good at it, clearly.
Yeah, he's all right. He throws all these buzzwords, the YouTubes, CPMs. I mean, no, but seriously, clearly, let's put it this way. If you didn't learn something, like genuinely learn something tonight, I would be shocked by the insights that Sean just gave us. So we certainly appreciate it. All right. We see a bunch of people out on the board. Thank you guys for joining us. I think, Johnny, with all of that, at this point, it would make sense just to go ahead and wrap up our regular show.
Before we do,
Mhm.
S.A. Holmes asks a question kind of related to what Sean Jack was here for, advertising and the production a bit, asking about why we show the picture-in-picture ads when we don't just like bank them.
Blame Sean.
Because
blame
this
Sean.
isn't Sean's choice. This is a Mo choice. Ultimately, we could probably bank the shots and show them when they weren't in the picture-in-picture. Primarily, we don't usually show the lead card in picture-in-picture if we can help it. If we usually will go to a chase cards that don't quite matter as much. This particular weekend, we did show a lot more picture-in-picture because it keeps people engaged more. You still see the ads, but there is golf there to be seen. And is it as clear as when it's full screen? No. Is it as nice? No. If something major happens, we still do replay it. If we bank them all, you're talking 20 minutes total, we'll say, of golf, even if whatever, that we now have to find a spot to squeeze into other places, and it can make the broadcast feel a little bit rushed at times. We will use it. We've gotten into a habit lately of using it on the second card. They tee off the chase card when we first start the show. They get there. We need to show 3 minutes of ads, and we almost always show the chase card in picture-in-picture, and then we go to the lead card. This weekend at the Pro Tour finale, it was a little different. We had a little bit more free reign, I will say, and Mo decided he wanted to show more picture-in-picture, and so that's what we did. It was literally just an artistic choice, I would say. I don't know. I do think after looking at a little bit more of broadcast picture-in-picture, I think we could make our action just a little bit bigger than
That's what she said.
Never to me, but
no.
Sorry. I think we could increase the size of the live action golf and maybe shrink up the advertising a little bit. It's still going to be bigger than the regular one, but I think we fit it so we could fit a scoreboard underneath of it. Well, I was watching the Packer game this weekend. They don't do anything other. It's a lot of blank, empty space, to be honest.
Can we just do 50-50?
No, that looks dumb.
Kind of like our shot right now? No?
Yeah, it looks really dumb,
just because of the framing?
It's the framing. Yeah, you want something that's actually like that, because at that point then you have
the landscape, yeah.
Well, you have it's two landscape, but on top of that you have nothing to actually focus on. You have nothing to draw your attention to. There's nothing primary in that shot. It's like two equal shots, which I think is more distracting. Yeah. You want something that's bigger than something else to at least say, this is what you should be focusing on. Yeah, we got a little bit of action over here, but advertising, that's the important part. So, and I know people don't like it, and it's not going to go away, but we probably won't use it as much in the upcoming years, but I don't know. So, yeah.
Love me the pip.
Let's wrap this up, Terry, and then we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit about the Pro Tour finale.
Ah, jeez, it's so late. I'm just kidding. All right. Well, yes, with that, we clearly have to appreciate and thank our friends Isaac, along with Luke, over at GKPro. Thank you guys for the insight. Of course, we fully encourage everyone to go out and get a little action on that big money skins, as it's called. Looking forward to that this weekend. Even if and this is a little bit where I'm a sucker, I'll admit it. Even if I don't have the chance to sit down and watch it live, I'm guessing I'm going to go ahead and purchase it and then get around to it at some point, even if I don't. I'm not able to take it in because I'm going to be watching some girls volleyball of my children. So best of luck to them with that endeavor this weekend. Looking forward to it for sure. And then, of course, we got to thank Sean Jack, along with the entire Disc Golf Pro Tour crew. And I know he's got people working with him and helping facilitate and do other things besides just getting on the phone and making the phone calls with a few of our particular, partners and whatnot. So Sean Jack and crew out there killing it. Really appreciate it. And with that, I think we're going to call it for our regular show. And then when we come back, we'll be in the after show. We'll talk a little bit about the actual Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, as Johnny V talked about, and whatever else comes to mind. And we'll have ourselves a fun little after show. I think some mead showed up at my house. If you followed along during USDGC, you know what that's all about. But nonetheless, looking forward to it. We're going to close it out. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with our after show. Again, this has been Smashbox TV episode 425. We'll see you in the after show. You step inside the Smashbox.
Thank you to our $2 and above patrons. Your name is listed below in the credits. If you are interested in being listed as a producer in the Smashbox TV credits and supporting this and other fine podcasts, please visit patreon.com/SmashboxTV.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Smashbox TV's podcast 425's After Show. Oh, here we are.
Good show.
It was a lot of fun. I'm going to celebrate.
You should, Terry.
I'm not going to lie. It's been a couple
Good.
of really long weeks, and everybody on the crew, the Pro Tour, the players, the staff, everybody will agree. And I'm no more special than the next guy, but it's been a long, like, I think I've been gone from my residence, household, whatever you want to call it, for something like 6 out of the last 7 weeks, or yeah, I think like not here for 6 out of the last 7 weeks. And that includes Sweden. That includes Bend for 3 or 4 of those weeks. So many amazing opportunities, not complaining, certainly, but it's been a long, long journey.
Well, good thing we're in the off season now, Terry, and there's
shit just gets way easier.
Super slow down, right?
Yeah, not at all. I'm super excited. Not gonna lie, I am excited to go to Florida for the Chainhawk Open and some skins action there. I'm excited to go to Arizona in a couple of weeks for the Phoenix Ladies Open and supporting that event. There's a lot of things going on, and I'm super excited about those as well. But I'm also ready for a tiny little catching my breath moment, just so I can go do work like pick up 6,000 my disc in a box boxes today, and and then continue to pursue that along with some inventory of frisbees and 100 other things.
When are you going to Florida?
I don't care. No, couple weeks. No, not for another month and a half.
Oh, I'll be down
6
there.
weeks.
I'll be down there on Halloween.
I'll avoid you.
So, yeah. Which means
No,
that
I'm there like a month after that.
the show after that Tuesday show you might be doing by yourself.
Heck yeah! Finally,
I know.
finally.
That's what you've always
I'm
dreamed
ready
of.
to not. One of the cool things I am doing next week, yeah, that doesn't conflict with this, is every year I go to. There's typically 2 shows this year because of timing. I'm only going to one of them, but every single year I go to what's essentially the trade show for all of the Wisconsin physical education, all the gym teachers, and that's a show I've been going to and manning that booth for over 20 years. And I was just explaining it to somebody the other day. That show has very much gone from, like most of you probably that are in disc golf, that show has gone from 20 years ago, like having to describe intimately what disc golf is and every detail about it to every person that looked at this goofy basket thing at my booth, to now teachers coming up to me and be like, oh, yeah. I've seen you here the last 5 years. We need to order these finally. And just this turnaround and this development. And you guys have seen pictures, whether it's Avery Jenkins or Dana Vici or the Ruscos or whomever, or Steve Rico and his brother Bamba at these types of shows. Honestly, one of my favorite things in disc golf to do. If I got fired from all media tomorrow, going to trade shows. I don't know. That's similar but different. Going to trade shows and being able to promote and sell disc golf and work with people to develop disc golf would be one of the other things I'd immediately want to jump into. So there's usually 2 big shows a year. There's the Phi Ed show with all the physical education teachers, where I've gotten hundreds of teachers, or thousands overall. And then usually it's the week after is a park and rec show, which almost every single state has and is also very influential. That's where you see all the park and rec directors. They're walking around trying to see what should be going in their park, if they have enough room, if they have enough budget. And the same exact scenario. They've gone from like, you're selling, is that a deer feeder? to like, oh yeah, this isn't our budget. Let's figure out how to do this. So that's coming up next week, and I'm looking forward to that as well. So ain't got no time for rest. We got to get at it.
Let's talk about the Pro Tour finale, Terry. It is the culmination
there was a tournament.
It was a tournament. It's a culmination of our entire season. Everybody's seeded based on how they've done throughout the season. A few things dropped here and there, whatever. Either way, it's both of our 1 seeds won. Both of our top seeds took home the victory. Tatar in FPO and Ricky in MPO. For the first time, we saw the big dog win, not the underdog. Last year we had the ultimate underdog story with Nathan Queen. This year we have the ultimate
favorite.
The ultimate favorite. Yeah, that's kind of how it went. It was kind of exciting for MPO. FPO, not as much. I think the FPO was a little bit more wrapped up. We had Tatar went into the final hole with a 4-stroke lead, was able to take a double bogey to end up with a 2-stroke victory. But even then, it didn't even feel that close. She just, I watched most of that round, and it just felt like Missy Gannon couldn't really hit a putt. She was missing some things that I didn't think she normally did. And it felt like Owen Scoggins just could not get to the landing zones that the other women were getting to. Like, she just couldn't quite throw far enough in the woods. Whatever she took off for, but it always felt like she was pinched up against a tree or just not able to get to a prime landing spot to give you a shot at that par 4. And so she was just always scrambling. Like, it just felt like she was just barely off the fairway or like I said, 30 feet short of where you really want to be to give you a nice, easy shot at your next one. And then Valerie Mondahano just couldn't keep it together ultimately.
No,
And
she
just didn't play well.
Like her fellow Texan native, Bradley Williams on the MPO side, like they both shredded the first time we saw them on camera on the course, just shredded it. Like it was almost not even funny how like easy they made it look. It was just like, yeah, we're going to pure all these gaps. We're going to hit all these lines and we're going to show you that this is not difficult golf. And then both of them in both of their subsequent rounds came back and just unfortunately couldn't duplicate that effort. And there's something to be said about playing a course almost too perfectly the first time, because then internally there's this pressure of like, man, well, I birdied this last time. This hole's not that hard. And then next thing you know, you hit a tree and you're looking at a par, bogey, double bogey, whatever. And I could see how that could get really frustrating. But boy, did they both make it look so easy in the early goings. And unfortunately for them, they just couldn't duplicate the effort. So, but it was, yeah, it was, I feel like the competition throughout the weekend, at no point was I feeling disappointed, and nor should you, because you're looking at arguably the best of the best. But at no point was like, oh man, it was fun. It was
it was fun. It was exciting. I mean, the format's great. I think in general, the downside, I know we've talked about the differences between how the Pro Tour used to be versus how it is now. Now every day they just take the top 4 scores and move them on, as opposed to win your card. I liked win your card with a wild card spot, because there was one of the days that the lead card just, I think it was day 3 maybe even. No, it had to be day 2. The lead card just tanked. The card we decided to follow, the best seeds, just didn't show up. And so literally going into the final hole, a hole and a half, there was no drama. We were done with the round and we had to kind of go back and like, all right, let's watch these guys finish out. So there was zero drama to that, as opposed to the win your card option where someone from that card is going to move on. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm fine with the way it is. It's just a little bit different mentality when, it's like when someone off the second card wins a regular event by 3 strokes, and you're going into the last hole, and it's like, yeah, these people, there's nothing to fight for. And this time it's even less, because you can't even build a story around it, because they're just not moving on. They're gone. You're not going to see them anymore. At least in other events, you'd be like, oh, this person's fighting for 5th place or 4th place. They want to get X amount. It didn't matter. Like, they just literally weren't going to be there. But ultimately, Ricky won on some dramatic fashion. I kind of felt like Isaac, I don't want to say handed it to him, but just crumbled down the stretch. He could have sealed it up with. He missed 3 easy putts. He missed 3 easy putts for Isaac that he should have hit. At least 2 easy ones, and one, I think it was just outside the circle. If he hits just 2 of those, or just one of those, he puts Ricky out of reach. And then you can't leave someone like Ricky in it. You just can't. He has a drive and a determination. He's a steamroller. You see it on the course. You see it in his attitude. He gets done with the hole and he is aggressively moving to his next position. And that's what he did on the final hole. He was down by a stroke and he birdied 18, which had only been birdied twice before. And I think I have a whole different thing about 18. And then they went to tie it up. And Gannon, of course, had an opportunity to get back in it with his eagle. And then from there, moving on, he had to birdie hole 18 as well. Couldn't get it done. So he was out of it. But then him and Isaac went to the overtime, and Ricky just steamrolled him. He birdied it again. 2 amazing shots at the most pressure-filled time. That's Ricky Wysocki.
Yeah, he definitely just got it done. I mean, to see how difficult 18 played for so many people, and then to see him get it back to back, you certainly feel like he went out and earned it and just cemented it or solidified it or whatever you want to say. It feels like he just went out and took it and wasn't holding back. And
that's a tough shot because you need hole 18 particularly. You need a great drive, and what we saw almost everybody do was they threw a wider hyzer and ended up a little bit more off to the right to stay away from the OB on the left. And we saw a few people that tried to take the Ricky route and come in tight and clip the little tree off on the left there. Ricky just threw 2 pure shots. I don't think 18 is as difficult as we're all making it up to be, as in, hey, only 2 people birdied this. I don't think enough people went for the birdie is really what it is. They played it more safe because you don't have to. Ricky didn't have that opportunity. He had to go for it. And so he played an aggressive line and put himself in a position where because I think that second shot that Ricky threw, that forehand that he put way up there, I think a lot of our players could throw that shot. It's a 400-foot forehand hyzer. I think a lot of players could throw it backhand. It is a difficult shot, but I think a lot of our top players can execute that shot. That's fine. But the difficult part is putting yourself in that position because it's risky. And Ricky just took he took the risk and threw it away. He just went at it when nobody else was doing that. Everybody played it safe more off to the right, leaving themselves almost no opportunity to get there short of a roller. Ricky didn't do that. Ricky said, I'm just going to put myself in the optimal position on my drive to give me the optimal position for an approach. And like I said, Ricky is a steamroller. You cannot let that guy into it. And he took it from Isaac.
Yeah, it was impressive. And he obviously opened the door even by taking a bogey on 16 and, threw a couple of terrible shots to put him in that position to fall back the way he did. And then, the way he came roaring back on 18 and then 18 again, real quick, just, I guess it's not housekeeping, but I saw a lot of criticism, of course, and this goes with this whole new thing, and it's not new, of, God damn, can we for 1 minute not nitpick not just anything, but everything. And I think about that specifically today because you read how I didn't like 18. It should have went to 17, and we're talking playoff holes. It should have went to 17. It should have went to 18. It should have went to 1. Everybody's got this brilliant idea. Cool. Good for you. The trophy's good enough. No, it's not good enough. Oh, the trophy. Why isn't there a trophy for 4th? Well, Valerie Mondahano in the FPO was right there. They knew there was going to be 4 people. Why wasn't there a trophy for 4th? Oh, wait, never mind. I thought we hated participation trophy awards because only podium people finish and actually get trophies. Oh, wait, are the trophies good enough time or are they not good enough? And
there always has to be something.
Zero people then followed up because, of course, you cannot be consistent. 0 people followed up with, well, why didn't Macbeth get a trophy for 4th? Where's Macbeth? Why didn't he get a trophy for 4th? Everybody bitch that there should have been a trophy for 4th for Valerie, but nobody said anything about how there should have been a trophy for 4th for Paul. But we're not going to keep consistent with our complaining. And I know I'm complaining about complainers. I get that. I am just so sick and tired of every single decision of any kind that gets made has to be completely scrutinized and then destroyed upon. And I know this sounds really dumb. I know it does. But it feels like somehow it's actually getting worse. And maybe it's just been a long season and I'm sick of reading D-bag comments. And I'm not saying you should never have an opinion, but goddamn, you don't have to complain about every single decision, every single minute of every single day. And I just feel like that's where we're at. And it's hilarious how many trophy conversations there's been this year. And then, of course, it continued into the Pro Tour Championship this weekend. And I think, again, the irony or the inconsistency of saying that Valerie should have gotten 1 or 4th place should have gotten 1, but no one said it when Paul, let's be fair, Paul would have launched he went to littered, but like metaphorically would have launched it out his car if he got in a 4th place trophy. He doesn't care.
Some kid would have gone home with a really cool souvenir.
Yeah, but Isaac maybe will proudly display his, as he should, because Isaac's in a different position than Ricky or Paul at this point in his career, and I don't begrudge him for that at all. He should, but God, with just the nonstop, complaints about everything, and I think my problem with the complaints is just that they're so inconsistent. We really are fired up this weekend about this particular thing, but the next weekend with a different person at a different course is something totally different. So real quick to throw it out there, I've been informed, because I'm not a huge golf nut, I've been informed that it's very common to have a playoff start on 18. Often it's a par 4, it's a difficult hole. And guess what? The gallery's already kind of there. Right,
which is why a lot of golf tournaments do that as well. The complaint is
that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the complaint is that hole doesn't represent the course.
Okay,
I kind of understand that. Like, I get it. You play 17.
You had to play all effing 18 holes.
I know, but you play 17 holes of pretty heavily wooded golf, and then there's one open hole, which still required a technical shot, by the way, like I just explained. And you start them on 18. Now, you and I both understand why you start them on 18. The crowd's already there. Moving everyone to hole 1 is miserable because it's a 240
It could be a half mile away.
It's a 280 or something foot uphill shot. And
but whatever.
What, was it 220? I don't know. Whatever it was.
320.
Or 320. Whatever it was. It was uphill. There's not a lot of spectating viewing. It was done for spectator reasons, clearly. You have people there. More people can watch. We heard Sean Jack say that he was hanging out by the catch cam, probably an optimal position for almost anybody, and he still couldn't get great shots, great views of it. So I understand why they did it on 18. I understand the complaints that, you pick, again, the one hole that doesn't match the rest of the course, but
cool. Win it on 17 then.
I agree. I agree. I have no problem with the decision. I understand why people are complaining about it, but I don't necessarily agree.
As long as it was predetermined before the tournament started, which it has to be. Otherwise, I believe the default is hole 1. And then we had this whole conversation about at Maple Hill, they were going to get a waiver, blah, 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 but it didn't get in time. Mm-hmm. So that's why the default is to go to hole 1, which is also per PDGA competition manual, is the default. I believe, I could be wrong. I'm usually not. But I believe that it is assumed that a playoff starts on hole 1 unless otherwise stated, and if there's even additional statements to that, like a cumulative score, like they were talking about originally, then you have to have a waiver for that and get that approved. But otherwise, the default is to go to hole 1. In this case, they clearly had it stated ahead of time that it was going to go to 18 and then 1.
And then 2.
18.
I think it's 18,
1, 2, 17, 4, 4, 17.
17, 18 or something like that. I get repeated.
1, 2, I don't remember what it was. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just like, they just handed it to Ricky. They just handed it, by going to that hole, they just handed it to Ricky. No,
Isaac.
No bias in having it on that hole.
Isaac could birdie that hole if he tried to be aggressive like Ricky. If he tried to cut that corner, because that was a sharp dog leg left, Isaac got maybe the unfortunate position that he had to throw first on 18. And he did the exact same thing that he did during the round. He played it a little bit more safe, a little bit wider hyzer off towards the stuff on the right. When you put yourself over there, you do not give yourself an opportunity at a birdie. It is virtually impossible, short of a perfect roller, because you have to play underneath of those low-hanging branches. You can't get the distance to get out there and power hyzer. There's probably it's probably Eagle and Anthony Barella are the only people in the world that could go in that right position and throw a low, hard shot and get there with the power that they have. Ricky, as we said, he got to see what Isaac did and said, cool, guess what? I'm going to just do what I did 10 minutes ago. And he played an aggressive route, which gave him a much bigger opening. And then he was able to throw his power forehand. If Isaac puts himself in Ricky's position, I think Isaac can get there with a backhand, get inside that circle to give himself a putt. You know, Ricky played the forehand because it goes away from the OB. He didn't have to worry as much about flipping it over. The forehand is a safer shot than the backhand there. But again, you put Isaac where Ricky was, I think Isaac can push that hole, but Isaac didn't put himself there. Isaac played for what he had played the rest of the round for.
Because we started on 18.
And again, so it's not, I disagree with the fact that we gave it to Ricky because of distance. I completely disagree. Yeah. Like that's, and yeah, that's just not.
I don't, I'm not sure if you're, I'm reading off the board here. Former American Idol.
Nice.
What are you, Clay Aiken? He says Jeff Spring flips a disc, winner gets trophy. Oh, you're suggesting that.
I think he's being facetious.
There he is. No, somebody else said something about the coin flip by Jeff Spring went as poorly as possible. I don't know what you mean by that, Ray.
He flipped a coin over by the tee area, and it flipped and it went. Unless he meant it went as poor as possible for Isaac. That's possible. Like if you're Isaac, you probably want to go second there on that particular hole.
Maybe, but because
if you see Ricky get aggressive and be in bounds where he lands, then you know you have to be aggressive. Like I get that,
maybe, but
for sure. Like I understand the concept. And then if it goes to hole one, I saw people like, well, yeah, if it went to hole one, Isaac would have, because Ricky, I'm like, no, Ricky birdied it that last round. He double bogeyed it. I think he birdied it the last round, and because he bogeyed it or double bogeyed it or something.
Yeah, first round.
The first time he played,
he was there, and
because he was the only person to bogey it to move on in the entire tournament. He was the only person to bogey that first hole and still move on to the next thing. Oh, did he par it on the final round?
He parred it. That's what I thought.
Okay.
He parred it second round, or the second time he played it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But nonetheless,
I thought
he went bogey par. He went one over.
Yeah, that doesn't guarantee Isaac anything. Like, just because as we know, Ricky is a competitor. Ricky would probably walk up to hole one and be like, "Cool, I'm going through all the trees. Literally, I'm going to chop them down. I'm going to go through them because that's what Ricky does.
Knife.
Yeah, and so
I
don't have a problem with the playoff hole. That's fine. Whatever. It everybody knew it was coming.
Predetermined.
Isaac,
if you don't want to be in a playoff, beat
exactly
said competitor before the playoff.
Isaac should have won it two other times during that round and put Ricky out of reach, and he just didn't. He choked away some putts, and that's unfortunate because Isaac is a really good putter, and the pressure I think got to him. When
he airballed.
Yeah.
One hole, you're like, huh? Like I think I said my phrase was like, that's got to be like nerves.
That's pressure.
Like,
that's
unlike
nerves.
any other.
Because you're thinking for him, that $30,000 is a year's worth of winnings.
Yeah,
like that is going to double, and on top of that, there's got to be something in the back of your head thinking, God, if I win this, I'm probably going to get a disc. That's going to be another 10, 15, 20 grand in royalties, a cool special Pro Tour disc, champion disc, and this and that. And the pressure is immense. I can't even fathom it, which is what we're going to see hopefully at the GK Pro Skins. Same type of pressure when somebody has to go up for a $30,000 or $40,000 putt, a difference in whatever it's going to be. I hope we see some of that. So, I mean, Isaac played well. He's going to be a competitor for the next bunch of years. And as will Ricky and Gannon and Paul. That's the way it works. But I thought the course was fine. I think I would have rather see him play Rennie spectator-wise. I think Rennie Gold could have probably fit more spectators in. I think you could have, because I think, as everyone said, that course, as much as great as the course was, I think Nevin is a better course. But if you want to include everything like spectators and all that other stuff, I think Rennie would have worked out better because it's a little bit more open. But you get what you get when, whatever happened, they didn't know. They found out a month ahead of time that they were going to have to go to Nevin, So there were some issues with, I don't know, obviously availability and whatnot. So maybe Rennie Gold wasn't even available to them. I just think in the Charlotte area, if you can't play Hornet's Nest, then Rennie makes sense for spectators. But I don't care. They all played the same 18 holes, and it was fun to sit back and watch from our perspective. Cameras have great angles almost every time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just reading off the board. Dan Harbeck says Isaac is a talented player, top player, rookie of the year. There's some voting and some finalization. Again, everybody's got their own effing award show. We should come up with smashy awards.
Isaac is I think he's locked for the DGPT Rookie of the Year, but he's not because he doesn't qualify for the PDGA Rookie of the Year. That's
for PDGA,
That's Burridge, I think, Robert Burridge.
That sounds correct.
I think that's right. But he's not the Smashbox Rookie of the Year because we have a whole different criteria.
Oh, no, because we're going to make up some other random stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for us, it's a combination of push-ups, sit-ups. It's basically the Presidential Physical Fitness Challenge. But
like when you were 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but but you can't be larger than a 10-year-old. That's the deal for Rookie of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry.
There's a couple guys in the running for that.
It's funny because Emerson Keith wins it every year.
I know, that guy.
Damn him.
So yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out. But yeah, plenty of voting and other silly things that are coming about here soon. Ray says Prodigy looked dead in the water during the offseason with Dickerson leaving, and they had three big names emerge: Isaac, Gannon, and Alden. Yeah, all clearly, all three of them have stepped up in their own ways. I'm not going to say that I heard some numbers for some players on that team, but they sounded embarrassingly low. But I did hear that. But we'll move on.
Well,
I
can understand that.
Deny.
Like the guys,
yeah, correct. You've got
the guys we had on
young guys.
You going into this year, you had Gannon Burr, who was the most proven because he proved pretty decent at the end of the year that he was going to be a competitor. But that could have been a flash in the pan. You don't know. Alden Harris, who really hadn't done anything. Isaac Robinson, who hadn't, he showed a glimmer here and there last year, but really he was just coming out of college. Everyone kind of knew he was a good player, but we didn't know if he was a great player. There's a ton of good players in our sport. And then you've got Gavin Babcock, who still hasn't proven he's a great player. He's an okay player. As we said, he took top 15 at all the majors, but there were Pro Tour events he just didn't flat out. I don't think he took top 50 at some of them. And so to me, going into the season, it makes sense that some of those players might only be making $20,000, $30,000 at most. But again, they're rookies. If Gannon has another year on his contract, again, if I'm Prodigy, I'm probably talking to Gannon right now about scrapping the old contract and writing a new one where he's going to get paid. Because you don't want him to go to free agency, in theory, because he is probably the hottest, youngest player that has a lot of, he's got 10 probably just really good, barring injury, solid years on him. And hopefully you're doing that with Isaac as well, because I think Isaac is probably the next best behind Gannon. You're talking about something, and it makes a lot of sense that they're not making Kevin Jones money. Because Kevin Jones, and who had a horrible year, but Kevin was a proven commodity. He's a great disc sales. He's got a huge fan base. I'm never going to say someone doesn't deserve their money. He earned it. He earned it by his previous years, and I think Gannon is doing the same thing this year. He's going to get. So the question is Prodigy going to be able to keep them all? Can they keep? All 3 or 4 of those guys? I don't know. Do they want to? There's a whole bunch of new things that are coming to place. These guys are all really young. And suddenly when you find out, let's just pretend we're 2 years in the future, Gannon's making $200,000 a year. Isaac's making $120,000 a year. Alden's making $50,000 or whatever those numbers are. Is there jealousy? Is there bitterness? Do you feel like you've earned something? Does Alden deserve what Isaac had gotten? They both won a pro. Well, I guess not true because Isaac won a Silver Series. Isaac won a Pro Tour. Alden won a Silver Series. There's so many different ways to weigh and measure who sells what. Does Alden Harris, because of his YouTube channel, sell more discs than Gannon?
Yeah,
I don't know. Those are all discussions that are going to have to be had. They're all discussions that they're going to work on, and I'm sure they're all already talking about it. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Spock Kaiser asks, I noticed AJ Risley on camera duty. Is he done touring? As of right now, I had a conversation with AJ. He did some work with me back at around Pro Worlds time briefly, and then he's been working for the Disc Golf Pro Tour for the last few weekends, the Tour Championship, along with one or two other events, including Worlds, including GMC or Maple or MVP. One he was at one or not the other, but because he had a family thing. Anyway, long story short, yeah, he's doing stuff with the Pro Tour as of now. I had a conversation with him at one point, and he said, yeah, I'd still love to play golf. It's just continues to be very unknown. So until then, I think it's awesome that he's able to be involved and do, media related work with whomever in the meantime. But I'll say that's where his touring life, so to speak, is at as of right now. But if he had his way, he'd be playing professionally, come next year. It's just a matter of will the wrist go for it. Kelvin had bids for his contract. Do you think Innova paid him six figures, like $300K a year? Well, six figures, which obviously would indicate a bare minimum of $100K, and then 300. I would say, do you think Innova paid him six figures? If they did, I'm gonna say, even though it's an NDA on it, and I gave him a hard time about it, and he didn't reply to me.
Because he knows you have a big mouth.
Should have ignored me. He should have rightfully just ignored me in general.
Yes.
On that one, but yes, he's for sure getting six figures. I'm just gonna say that, and I'd bet a frisbee on it. Now, if that's $250, $300, or $999,999, I don't know, but he's definitely getting six figures.
I would bet two discs that because he signed a 5-year agreement, that he will make over $2 million in the next 5 years.
Yeah, that seems like a safe bet.
Because I'm sure
gives you a little wiggle room, but probably a safe bet for sure.
Yeah, because I think that he just got the signature Toro, which Innova rarely gives people signature discs unless they win Worlds. Ricky had the signature Destroyer, but Kelvin had the Toro, which was kind of built around him. And so that means that every Toro sold, he gets a cut. He gets a portion of that disc. I thought he had one more signature disc too, maybe. He's got the Halo.
He's had a Destroyer.
Yeah.
And then there's always constantly this conversation about an Eagle or not. But yeah,
I know he has the Halo Destroyer.
A Tour Series, Halo Destroyer.
And I don't know enough about Innova. Is every Halo Destroyer a Kelvin disc, or just a run of Halo Destroyer disc? Does he get a specific?
I think they are right now. They're all
okay. So right now they're all.
I believe so.
So I mean, having the Halo Destroyer is a pretty good deal, I'm sure.
Presumably.
And so I'm willing to bet that between those two signature discs, I don't think he's making $500,000 or $600,000 a year flat. He could be.
He should be.
I think he should be based on everything else. And maybe he is. But I do think that with bonuses and disc sales, I think my $2 million is a safe bet. Which means he owes us dinner.
Yeah, Calvin. I wish I had him with me. Me and Kelvin made a little trade recently, and boy, oh boy, do I have some goodies. But I
keep saying that. You've told us like 3 times.
No. But I finally got the disc.
Oh.
And Like I gave him some, but now
know.
I got some in return.
Oh.
And they're tasty, but they're at storage. They arrived at storage
In
today, so
general,
sorry,
what are
people.
they? Like destroyers?
Some destroyers, some Firebirds, some very rare stuff.
Cool.
I'll take pictures and then not sell them to you guys.
No, I
All
don't
right.
want them.
Let's read a few more things off the board. Dynamic wanted him in 2020, 2021. Ricky was in the picture. Yep. Those Halo destroyers are surely bringing in the bank.
Somewhere
Dracos
out there
are becoming more popular. Is
somewhere
a Draco
out there,
just a Firebird?
I have no clue.
I think
somewhere out there, there's video
Yeah.
of Kelvin warming up with all the DD guys before the season, before he signed his contract, because it was literally that close that Vinny was almost ready to sign with DD, and they'd started to make some marketing stuff, and then things changed, plans changed. So.
Speaking of double G jerky, I should have some right now.
You should have brought some
smashed
over here.
Crack pepper. This actually does have a little ounce of a segue, not the 5 ounces of jerky you could get. I guess the Eagle McMahon vegan jerky is no longer a thing. Because Eagle McMahon is no longer vegan.
So
the jerky that they specially ran for him, they are, I think, selling it out, and then that will be the end of the line. For,
Eagle is no longer vegan. Is he vegetarian now? Is he going to head he's eating meat?
Nope,
products?
he's eating steaks. Yeah.
Oh, is he? Did he go right from vegan to Cat's carnivore diet, just like a flip flop?
Yeah. Now he's sponsored by Johnsonville. No,
oh, nice.
Let's sidetrack to that quickly. Out of my ramblings, which will continue.
Go for it, Terry.
Eagle McMahon makes a public announcement saying, guys, I'm not, due to my health and due to my recovery for 2023, I am not playing at the USDGC, and I'm not going to the Pro Tour Championship, of which I've qualified for.
2022.
I'm not doing either of those events. Well, yeah, correct. He's not doing the 2022 USDGC, and he's not doing the 2022 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. I'll see you in 2023. I'm on the road to recovery. Until a few days ago, and he says, guys, I think the exact phrasing was, I got an offer I couldn't refuse. And I was going to bring this up with the GKPro guys, but then we got sidetracked to a million other questions, understandably. And Eagle said, I got an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm going to the skins match.
Well,
Papa.
What kind of offer?
Let me quote. I thought I was done for the year, but I got an invite to an event I couldn't refuse. I'll be heading to Missouri next week to play in the big money skins match at the amazing Eagles Crossing course. My body is feeling good, and I can't wait to play one of the best courses in the world. There's a link to Big Money Skins, #.
What kind of money? Now, I would be curious if it's like an offer you can't refuse, an appearance fee covering costs, just getting into the event. Is that like motivation enough that you have the chance to win $50,000? The biggest purse in theory in disc golf,
but biggest.
What was that?
I said non-sanctioned, but biggest.
So, yeah. Biggest in modern history of disc golf. Like, is that enough to drive you, quote unquote, out of relaxation mode, or is there an additional? I don't want to say under the table because that sounds shisty. Is there additional appearance fee that he's getting on top of getting the opportunity to play for this $50,000 skins match? And then I think he won European Open. He's not playing USDGC, or he didn't play USDGC. He didn't play the Pro Tour, both of which had the opportunity to win $20,000 and $30,000. I don't understand the reasoning as to forego the two majors, well, the major and the finale, to play an unsanctioned skins match. Like, I just don't understand the reasoning. Like, if you don't want to play the other big money events, okay, but you're going to play this big money event, and I mean, maybe 2 weeks ago he didn't feel ready for it, and clearly you can't. Most of the time, you can't just sign up last minute and show up with the Pro Tour Championship. He could have. He earned a play-in spot that he didn't go. But maybe he knew it was Nevin, and it was a really wooded course, and he didn't want to play a wooded course. Eagle,
Yeah,
I don't know the reason.
or he felt like, hey, I can go play Eagles Crossing without a forehand, and therefore, yeah, sign me up.
Yeah. I don't.
Here's what I'm going to say about it, and I'd love to have him on the show. I'd love to talk to him. I'm at bare minimum, I'm shocked. I'm a little surprised that he would make the statement he did, a few weeks ago, saying, "Hey guys, I'm done for 2022. I'm going to focus on 2023." I loved it. I'm all about it. Like, I think that's a bold and even brave move of, like, you know what? I'm going to skip the two biggest paychecks of the year, and I'm going to prep for 2023. Okay, of course, there's nothing I can do but support that. I can't second guess any of his health conditions or whatever he's working on. But then, as we're literally in the middle of the Pro Tour Championship weekend, he says, "Well, wait, I'm going to go to this other big money event." Again, I don't. I'll go ahead and say I think he's one of the few players where 50 grand is not life-changing to him. 100 grand is no longer life-changing to him. It is for hundreds or thousands of other disc golfers. To him, it is not. I am shocked that Eagle would put himself in the position. And then you have to wonder, and I have no insider knowledge of this, you'd have to wonder, do any of his sponsors care? And primary, I guess, being Discmania. Do any of them care? Yeah, I mean, Backstage or Organics, I'm not sure they really care.
I mean, it's just weird that you choose to represent yourself at an unsanctioned skins match and not at one of our majors.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's all.
Or near majors.
Yeah, or near major or whatever. I don't know. I'd be curious to ask him what his thought process is on it. Like, why did you choose this one? And maybe he just thinks maybe he knows the course because he's played it and he understands, hey, I know I can get by just throwing a bunch of backhands. I don't have to even think about throwing a forehand, as opposed to Nevin, which probably, as we've seen, sets up pretty well for a lefty and a forehand and more accurate.
Sure.
And it's a wooded course, which isn't necessarily Eagle's strong point. And USDGC, which we've known for a long time, tends to be a lefty-friendly course or forehand-friendly course. And, Eagles tried, USDGC and broke his hand.
Yeah, so maybe there's some emotional trauma there that he just doesn't want to set himself up for. No, Ray has said it twice, so I'm going to read it. Ray says, I don't know. Quote, I don't know. I think a guarantee 25K speaks for itself. Like someone else said, maybe long-term naming or likeness situation, end quote. Ray, you can confirm that what Eagles quote unquote appearance or appearance fee is 25K for this? Because that would be news to me. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that would be news to me.
Yeah. Well, we know the gentleman that owns Eagles Crossing has the monetary.
He has at least tens of dollars.
He's got a few bucks. He's got some pennies that he found in his coach cushion, and
they were
I don't
polished.
know. That would be. He says no.
Okay,
I cannot.
So Ray's just talking out of his ass, saying no, I cannot. I cannot confirm.
I was gonna say because that would be some news.
Of course. Now, if there's an appearance, there might be a guaranteed appearance fee. He might be getting $1,000. He might be getting all of his expenses paid plus $1,000. He might be getting $2,000, $5,000. He might be getting $10,000. I don't think he'd get any more than 10, but let's just say maybe he's getting some guaranteed appearance fee money. We'll just randomly pick a number and say $5,000. Great, $5,000 with a chance to win 50 more. Maybe that's the scenario. I honestly have no idea. That's still fine and dandy. I just think it's it seems a little out of character for Eagle to forego a major, being the USDGC, a relatively open course that could be potentially, I don't know how much different it is than the European Open, that could be potentially won backhand exclusively. And he says, no thanks, but yep, sign me up for the suburb of St. Louis. I'm going. It strikes me as odd. That's all.
No, I'm with you. I don't understand the reasoning, but again, that's something maybe we'll get to hear Eagle talk in one of the interviews on the broadcast and figure out, maybe he'll explain what his mentality was behind it.
Yeah. Dust says, and this was talked about this weekend among a few of us in Ben. Dust says maybe it's a mental thing. The major and such brings pressure. Skins match is just for fun, no pressure. 100%. Sure. And let me be very clear. I'm not second guessing Eagle's decision. I don't.
Well, you kind of
in the most polite way. I don't give an F what Eagle does, but it is an interesting turn of events when he makes a very deliberate effort to say I'm not playing, and then he says, "Whoa! There's this big thing going on that I can't miss, so I will be playing."
And maybe it's just that. Maybe it's literally just like, hey, this has never been done before. I want to be involved in it. Yeah. I don't. Eagle can do whatever the hell Eagle wants.
Of course.
I'm just curious as to why.
Dan, he's no longer just young though. He's been around long enough. I hear what you're saying.
He's like 24.
Eagle is young. He's not like a young, naive, sheltered idiot, 14 or 18-year-old anymore. Like, he's been around. He knows what he's doing. And whatever it is, I'm good with. But he knows what he's doing. I'm not giving him the young moniker or excuse anymore. They make you eat a piece of bacon on the versal of the USDGC. That would be very specifically oddly weird, and they do not.
And Terry would be at the first tee for every single card.
Nah, I don't get all hyped up for bacon like the other trendy people.
Bacon is so yummy though. It's very good.
It's fine. Yeah, I'll take it or leave it.
Oh no, I'll always take it. Like I don't.
9 times out of 10, it's gross and thrown out at the last second so they can charge you $2 more.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Bacon's usually pretty good.
Anyway, bacon avocado toast. I hear you, Spock, sir. That sure. I will not go out of my way for it.
I don't like avocado.
You're like,
bacon's yummy.
What? All the stuff you like and dislike, avocado, you don't? Yeah, and I do? That's weird.
I don't really like avocado. Like, I don't mind it. Like, I don't mind it. Like, obviously, I don't mind guacamole, which is basically avocado. But it's like, I can take it or leave it. If I never eat it again, I wouldn't be sad. But if it's around, I'll use it as a dip.
Oddly asks, and this isn't his first time, Terry, let us know when you renew your DGN contract for next season. Okay. Technically, this would be a new contract season this upcoming year. And if I keep saying dumb shit, I might not get a contract offer.
Listen,
that's reasonable.
You nailed the Barbasol. Put it on your face.
Put it on your face.
Well, now that Sean Jack's gone, I can say all the other ones that we were making up for Barbasol in the control room.
I think it would be like Barbasol. No, wait. I had one just come to me a moment ago. It'd be Barbasol with that guy you call daddy. No,
that's creepy.
No, something about. Because my dad used to use Barbasol as a kid.
And that's the joke. I was like, Barbasol. It's the reason for the rusty ring. Like, that's what I think of in the shower. Like, you get that rusty ring from the Barbasol can that's been in there forever, or like,
which is now rust free.
Which is now rust free, I'm sure. But that's
they've made it a point. Like, on their website, it says like no longer.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, Barbasol in your grandpa's closet.
Barbasol for that guy you call daddy. No, maybe I don't know.
No, that's still creepy, Terry. Still creepy. Anytime you use the word daddy, it's creepy.
Yeah, for that guy you call daddy.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Barbasol.
I don't know.
Shave other places.
Cover them all.
Mm.
All right. You need a disc dyeing tutorial. Yeah, the problem is Johnny nor I know how to really dye discs with Barbasol.
No.
I just know what happens. And I was very quickly corrected this weekend. Just so you know, most dyers don't use shaving cream anymore. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Depends on what you're going.
I mean,
depends on the look you're going for, I think. But sure.
Barbasol, given a clean shave from top to bottom. It's pretty good stuff. I use it. Are you a part of the DGPT on tour docu series, Terry? They checked in with me at Worlds for I don't want to say a few minutes, for an hour. Will various silly things I said make it into various parts of the docu-series? Maybe. There was never like a sit down, this is a docu-series conversation. There was instead at Worlds, there was hey, let's sit down and talk about stuff. And I feel like that might get spread into a few pieces of the docu-series. Maybe, maybe not. I honestly don't know. Like, I can't stress enough. I have no idea.
Barbasol.
So
reenact Varsity Blues. I'm just saying. Lots of opportunities.
There you go. I don't want your life.
Terry, can we get you to reenact Varsity Blues with the Barbasol?
I got some ideas.
Okay. I mean, as long as you're not recording and you're away from me.
Tim says, pretty sure that was whipped cream.
I'm sure it was, but you can still reenact it with Barbasol, Tim. I've never seen the movie. I've only seen clips of it. I'm just saying.
Was that James Vanderbeek? I don't want your life.
I don't want your life.
Yeah. Anyway, no. We don't want to get too silly over there. Yeah, I mean, if I think back, the only takeaway from that entire conversation with Sean Jack was that I should get paid more. Is the only takeaway that I heard from him. No, Sean very graciously did say that he, kind of like he said tonight, he sent me a text today that said, hey, thanks for adapting to Barbasol quickly and going along with it all, even though it was last moment, whatever. And like, to me, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot easier. In fact, I'll follow that up by saying I was actually disappointed that I didn't randomly have more puns and or plays on the idea of a shaving cream or a shaving.
I think it's tough. Because Barbasol doesn't sound like another word, so you can't so it's hard to make a pun. And
yeah, but just shave it, like whiskers, face,
shaving,
trimming,
I can
beards.
See it,
Yeah. I was a little disappointed.
You could have done a little bit better, but
yeah. You all should try the 1919 Barbasol. It's legit good non-foam shaving cream. Barbasol, shaving off strokes. Yeah, I mean, again,
shaving strokes is usually like a term they use for like when you're gambling and you're throwing points, but he shaved some strokes, but
yeah. John Matalone says, very late to the show, Kristen Tatar put on a clinic this year. I'm excited to see how FPO field handles the offseason. Yeah, we didn't even really talk about that, but yeah, Kristen obviously dominated and played really well. I guess Johnny quickly did. One of my highlights, though, is en route. I had a layover in Chicago, and en route, I saw Evelina had posted and said something about going home and that she was at the O'Hare airport, which I was heading to. I'm like, holy cow, that's crazy. I'm going to keep and I'm coming into the international side of O'Hare. I'm like, oh my God, there's a very legitimate chance based on the timing of her post and me arriving, I might see Evelina Salonen. So I'm walking through the international terminal at O'Hare, walking. My eyes are peeled. I'm definitely looking for Henna and Evelina. Don't see them, and finally I'm like, I'm not going to go out of my way to go search down a couple other terminal or gates, even though I think had I walked down just a few more gates that were out of my way, I would have for sure probably seen them. But I'm just about to go to baggage claim, sitting there with just literally a line of bags. Kristen Tatar.
Well, those are her trophies.
Which is kind of Yeah, but well, it's all bags,
trophies.
and then there's literally like a grocery bag kind of thing, or like a reusable grocery bag that's got the Disc Golf Pro Tour points trophy, like that she got weeks ago at MVP. And there's that, and there's another trophy upside down resting inside of that one. She had like packed to the gills. She's got all these bags, and she said something like, "These are all like my carry-ons. Like I gotta pay extra for all these." I'm like, "Yeah, what a good problem to have. You literally have too many luggage items." Because you're bringing home bags full of trophies. Like, just to be fair, most people don't have these problems, Kristen. These are Kristen Tatar problems. And so it was just awesome. Like, and I know Kristen and Silver relatively well, not super well, but I know them pretty well. And so I sat and talked to her. If you saw my Instagram, I did a little Instagram story with her. And I said something about, yeah, like I expected to see Evelina and Henna. She's like, oh, yeah. She's like, we just saw them a little while ago. And they were obviously all about to get on different flights. And then after chatting with her for a few minutes, which is just, I know this sounds silly and I see her a lot, but the fact that I was just in Bend commentating on her down in Charlotte and then we're meeting in Chicago is kind of this cool experience. And so I sit and talk to her for a moment, and then she points over to Silver, who was standing in line ready to get food. I walk over to Silver so that I could say goodbye to him officially, also do a little quick Instagram with him. And as always, they're like super gracious and kind and whatever. But it was really cool. It was fulfilling and awesome to see them kind of as they're, sending them back to Estonia. And now with all of that, there's an ending here. I want to host like the Kristen Tatar Open, where we add like $3 or $4 grand to the purse, and then she wins just so she can get past Wysocki as again being the sole money winner for the year. Because we keep saying like, okay, well, money winner, blah blah blah. You could still have another sanctioned tournament.
That's interesting because she could go overseas and play another event or two.
I asked her.
Yeah.
I asked her, and that's not in her plans.
Okay.
But I said, I pitched it to her. I'm like, what if I come over though and run like a tournament and get a ton of added cash
just to FPO?
You'll then win.
There's no money for MPO added. It's all in FPO.
Just so you'll win it, so you'll have the And she smiled and she really liked that idea. So I don't know if I got enough sponsors. And if somebody wanted to send me to Estonia for a one-day C tier so she could win like $3,500 or whatever she needs, I think it would be hilarious to have her get past Wysocki. And I'm not even picking on Wysocki. I just think it'd be amazing to have a woman have this single season, earnings, officially in the record book for a year.
For a year, yeah. Because
I get it, but
assuming disc
it'd
golf
still
keeps
be
going,
awesome.
No, I agree. I think it would be kind of cool.
And it'd be funny that I traveled to Estonia just to run. I run a flex start that's got $4 grand added, and Kristen wins. Oh my god, that would be even better. Run a flex start.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I mean it would count. So
it would count.
All right, let me read a couple of notes and then we're gonna start wrapping this. Apparently, I got to get up with my kids in the morning, so I'm the only one home. All right, curious how many FPO players try to develop beforehand.
How many are going to try over the off season is I think what they're saying.
I mean, I think all of them to some degree have either are trying or will try. The question is, how confident will they be that they actually like display it? And David Johnson, did Jeff Spring make an ESPN announcement? Not in any official capacity.
I don't believe there's any ESPN thing going on this year.
I think you're wrong, but we'll see. Seems really smart. Always a smile. Yes, assuming you're talking about Kristen. Yeah. She was so gracious and so kind. It was just awesome running into her at the airport. I'm watching this from the start. The Eagles Crossing question. What about why the dude is into investing got really weird? Luke says land land did the work, then I don't know what you're trying to say. He fell in love with disc golf,
Dude's
found
got
COVID, fell in
cash.
love with disc golf, and has an absurd amount of money. Like, if we're really paraphrasing, and is doing big things for golf. That's what I could say. Then the other guy cuts in saying he leveled Earth with big machines. Then Terry is laughing almost. It's just weird. I'm not saying I don't say weird shit. Maybe, but yeah, he was not shy about spending any money. And that's where I heard like the $6 to $7 million thus far invested, landscaping and everything else that's gone along with it. And it sounds like that's no big deal for him, which is awesome. She made a powerful statement, meaning Kristen. She certainly did. Super callous, fragilistic. Yeah. Kristen was an amazing individual. We met at 2019 European Open. Glad to see her success. Gotcha. Ray talks about the money investing. I remember spectating my first disc golf event, 2019 Peoria, Lake Eureka. I was so pumped to see hole 1 over the shot. Winnings are still number 1. Did Estonia at what? Maybe.
I love it when you read questions, but you're really just like you don't read them ahead of time. You just like
pre-read. No, I read them like real time. Yeah, you're right.
And then like half the time
I trail off.
You trail off, and it's a babble, and no one has any clue what you're talking about.
Well, it's like that. Either question was either already addressed in a previous statement, or
that's why you pre-read them, Terry.
Oh no, I don't got time for that.
Ain't got time for that. All right, Terry, let's give something away tonight. We have 161 people eligible for our Patreon giveaway tonight. Let's do a giveaway. I've got a disc member disc in a box that is waiting to be given away, Terry.
Let's do it.
What number should we?
Let's pick it corresponds with the amount of trophies Kristen's won this year.
Oh, gosh, that's all of them.
Yep.
She trophied at every event, Terry. Assuming they gave out trophies for the top 3, she trophied at every event.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not going to...
Did you fill out... real quick, did you fill out your DGPT media portion? I already did it. I did it right away, and I was done.
I got time for that.
It's like 6 questions. It's pretty simple.
That'll take me too much time.
Ranked choice voting.
Huh.
So. All right, 161 people eligible for this giveaway. Terry, what number are we going to draw?
Let's draw number 3.
Number 3, they're sorted by email address. 110, 124, 107. Congratulations, Mr. 107. Should I tell everyone
or Mrs.
Who that is?
Mr. or Mrs. 107.
CS Cobb. CS Cobb.
What?
Is that
Chris Cobb?
That is Chris Cobb.
It is.
Yeah, congratulations,
he's
Chris
getting
Cobb.
Something real special, including a special hug from me.
Oh.
The good kind.
The creepy ones that last too long? Okay. Yes. That's Terry nodding his head.
Yes. Absolutely.
Congratulations. So congratulations, Chris Cobb. I will get you the we'll get you the disc in a box. I'll put your name on it. It's upstairs. I'll write your name on that one, give it to Terry so he can pass it off to you whenever he does that. I don't know.
I like it. Yeah, and real quick, only because, and we'll talk about it more in the next couple of weeks, but super quick, the November 5th, there's going to be an event going on in the Milwaukee area. It's not sanctioned. It's out at a baseball field, Diamond and Oconomowoc area. That's going to be going down. There's going to be some disc golf guy vending and some other stuff. MIDI is going to be hosting it along with some others, beverages, food carts, all this other stuff is happening. I want to throw that out there November 5th in the Milwaukee area, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And then the week after, on November 12th, over at the Trimborn Farm, which is an event we had last year. It's going to be a temp course. They're going to have vendors, food trucks, merch, beer, and aces. Aces apparently are on the menu. They're on the flyer. So all that's going to be happening, and that is a Peter Green Fall fundraiser. It's called the Peter Green Fall Fundraiser. I believe he's been diagnosed. He has stage 4 cancer of some kind, and I apologize, I don't know more details, but I do know that there's going to be a fundraiser, and that's ultimately what's the most important. So November 12th, holy cow, it's already a third full. and it just opened tonight. I just am now looking at it. So that's taking place. I just want to make sure people know it. You'll hear me talk about it in the next few weeks. But if you're in the Milwaukee area, both of those events, back-to-back weekends, November 5th, November 12th, will be going on. So I wanted everybody to know that. All right. David John says, can I get a hug in Samui? I owe you a ride and a PM if you want a place to stay. I think I got a place to stay, but we will definitely hug big time, bigly, as they say, bigly, when I get to Thailand next February. We're going to close it out. We got to thank, of course, the guys over at GKPro. We talked to Luke. We talked to Isaac. And then thank you to Sean over at the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Thank you guys all for joining us in the
Go
regular
pay for that
show.
big money skins, $15.
Go pay for that big money skins. Get your action in and get excited about it. Thank you guys for joining us. It's been a fun night. I am genuinely excited about what's to come in the next few months before we kick off for the 2023 season. I've got a lot of things in the works, and I think a lot of people do. You're going to see some good stuff. So for Johnny V, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. That's Podcast 425's After Show. We'll see you next week when you step inside the Smash Box.